anything at all. How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? How does one love? How does one I get lost and I like it like that, yeah, I like it like that. Love has its cost, now on my back, cause boy, I'm bad. How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all?
You're a good boy.
strikes and diamond mines. A bloody stone adorned on mine. A morning wasted on trivial, an evening wasted on primitive things. Around here everybody knows everybody. The past lives documented to the closest topic. At what time does the conversation start and end? Yeah, always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you can. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. The red's done, now we working for the past. Spent a whole damn house on your wrist to praise God. Spent like 15 work a salary on your wrist. A place of chasing what you want, when you want, if you want, till it's up in dust. Billions burning in the clubs, oh Father, please, no chasing peace. I must chase green, but honestly I feel a breach. Hey. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Be a friend till the end, we'll fight the good fighting. And the lives you've changed, the effects you've made. Is this the life you made for me? Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Lightning strikes and diamond mines. A bloody stone adorned on mine. A morning wasted on trivial, an evening wasted on primitive things. Around here everybody knows everybody. The past lives documented to the closest topic. At what time does the conversation start and end? Yeah, always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. The red's done, now we working for the past. Spent a whole damn house on your wrist to praise God. Spent like 15 work a salary on your wrist. A place of chasing what you want, when you want, if you want, till it's up in dust. Billions burning in the clubs, oh Father, please, no chasing peace. I must chase green, but honestly I feel a breach. Hey. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came. fighting. And the lives you've changed, the effects you've made. Is this the life you made for me? Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Lightning strikes and diamond mines. A bloody stone adorned on mine. A morning wasted on trivial. An evening wasted on primitive things. Around here everybody knows everybody. Their past lives documented to the closest topic. At what time does the conversation start and end? Yeah, always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. The red sun, now we working for the past. Spent a whole damn house on your wrist to praise God. Spent like 15 work a salary on your wrist. A place of chasing what you want, when you want, if you want, till it's up in dust. Billions burning in the clubs. Oh Father, please, no chasing peace. I must chase green, but honestly I feel a breach.
We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. Thank God.
Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Be a friend till the end, we'll fight. The good fighting. And the lives you've changed, the effects you've made. Is this the life you made for me? Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Lightning strikes and diamond mines. A bloody stone adorned on mine. A morning wasted on trivial. An evening wasted on primitive things. Around here everybody knows everybody. Their past lives documented to the closest topic. At what time does the conversation start and end? Yeah, always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam
we won, thank God the Red's done. Now we working for the past. Spent a whole damn house on your wrist to praise God. Spent like 15 work a salary on your wrist. A place of chasing what you want, when you want, if you want, till it's up in dust. Billions burning in the clubs. Oh Father, please, no chasing peace. I must chase green, but honestly I feel a breach.
Kick my feet up, watch the sunset. Now I'm done relaxing. Time is chasing after me. I need a little substance. Not sure where it's headed, but I know it's going somewhere. Take a cab and don't look back. I'll move through all the silence. Now I'm colder than the weather, steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low-key under these old covers. Now I'm back and I'm better, steady going under pressure. Sit back and watch the paint dry. Take time and watch the dope rise. In another world I'd have control of my mind. Can't seem to get it through that things I do, but on my own time. People waiting, slowly fading. The mirror's telling me I got to grip it right in front of me. Secure the seat and don't release the opportunity. Now I'm colder than the weather, steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low-key under these old covers. Now I'm back and I'm better, steady going under pressure. Sit back and watch the paint dry. Take time and watch the dope rise. It's passing hours dancing. How the hell am I still standing? Keys are rusting. I'm not playing. Melodies are infiltrating. Now I'm colder than the weather, steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low-key under these old covers. Now I'm back and I'm better, steady going under pressure. Sit back and watch the paint dry. Take time and watch the dough rise. People waiting, slowly fading. Take time and watch the dough
The leaves are turning faster with no sign of slowing down. And the birds fly south, so winter comes with the snow to blanket the town. The midday skies are clear and blue with a cool breeze in the air. You bundle up all nice and snug with something that's warm to wear. And the midnight sun is gone away with the fall colors to show. A time to think on memories of the time I used to know. All is quiet with no one round, but your voice is singing loud. So sing away so all can hear, so the lost can all be found. And the midnight sun is of a time I used to know. And the midnight sun is gone away with the fog colors to show. A time to think on memories of a time I used to know. Nothing's better than being home with your loved ones. You won't be alone. When it's cold out, you'll be in warm in your own bed and from the storm. Home is calling when you feel adrift. It'll always be there and never missed. Life has got you all around. You never feel you got your feet on the ground. Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace.
We'll get started in just a few minutes. All right, one more sound check. Mr. Salt, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Volland, are you there?
I am.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It's a regular meeting of May 7th, 2024. It's now 5:03 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Assemblymember Myers,
Here.
Member Martinez,
Present.
Member Littlefield,
Here.
Member Rivera,
Present.
Member Johnson,
Here.
Chair Constant,
Here.
Vice Chair Zeletel,
Here.
Member Bronga,
Here.
Member Volland,
Happy to be here telephonically.
Member Brawley,
Here.
Member Solt,
Here.
Member Perez Verdia,
Here.
Chair Constant, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I did not set anyone up to lead the pledge, so I'll go ahead and do it tonight. I'll do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Brawley, would you please read the land acknowledgement one more time? Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda, we have minutes of previous meetings. Tonight we have 3 sets of minutes. Item 4A, 4B, and 4C. Regular meeting, February 27, 2024. Regular meeting, March 5th, 2024. Special meeting, April 1, 2024. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Ms. Zaletel, seconded by Mr. Myers. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. I'm hearing and seeing no objections. The motion is approved. Next, we have the mayor's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Byrd will be giving the mayor's report tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 3 items tonight. Fentanyl Awareness Day, which is today Mental Health Awareness Day, and then the budget vetoes, which we presume the body's going to take up this evening. So first, I'll address on the mayor's behalf the budget vetoes. As you know, Mr. Chair, the body will consider several vetoes to the Q1 budget revisions tonight. We acknowledge that the vetoes may be overridden. He'd like to emphasize to the body the importance of taking them seriously. As you know, Mr. Chair, the recent approval of the budget exceeded the tax cap by a certain amount, $600,000 or so, and that's we worked together collaboratively to rectify it. Regarding budget items, it's financially unwise to shift expenditures from a tax, or alcohol tax rather, to general government until we ensure compliance with our 12% fund balance policy, and that's something that I think OMB has reiterated a number of times, Mr. Chair. I also want to highlight the matter of City Hall parking. This body has emphasized equity on a number of occasions. We'd like to just highlight the fact that municipal employees that park downtown are charged for parking while others who work elsewhere receive coverage or there's no parking fees there. And Mr. Chair, Member Martinez has pointed out, I think numerous times to his credit, that we should bet on ourselves when it comes to municipal employees, and that's what I think the administration has tried to do. If we're going to attract and retain employees, we want to treat them the same wherever they're working in the municipality, not different based on where they are working as municipal workers. Additionally, if the body decides to reverse the retention bonuses, we think that'll undermine our efforts to retain the dedicated municipal employees, many of whom have been here for decades. So the Mayor Bronson, you may recall, proposed these bonuses for non-union employees in an effort to acknowledge their valuable service. The longstanding Workers' Compensation Fund, again, this was identified, I think, over 20 years ago. That persists, and OMB has brought that up. So his proposal to address this $13 million deficit has faced resistance. We think it's time to address this problem. It's lingered for decades. So, Mr. Chair, as the body proceeds to vote on these vetoes, we're just asking that you take these reasons into consideration when the body does so. As I already mentioned, Mr. Chair, today is Fentanyl Awareness Day. This drug has swept through the country, and unfortunately we see the effects firsthand here in Anchorage. Recently, the state of Alaska released preliminary data demonstrating that 2023 was the deadliest year for overdoses in Alaskan history. That statistic is heartbreaking, and it's a testimony to the need for more treatment centers in Anchorage. Mayor Bronson, as you know, Mr. Chair, has long supported drug treatment and prevention programs such as Project Hope, also the DEA's Drug Take-Back Day, and recently participated in a Narcan kit building event with the Anchorage Health Department. So the mayor encourages everyone here and on the body and everybody in Anchorage to educate themselves on the effects of this terrible drug, fentanyl, and to get involved in education and prevention programs so that together we can work together to stop the fentanyl crisis. Lastly, Mr. Chair, we'll just mention mental health awareness. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Over the weekend, Mayor Bronson participated in the A.B. Corker Foundation 5K. This foundation provides resources to those living with challenges or illnesses related to their mental health. Many in our community suffer from or live with mental health challenges, and bringing awareness to this important cause will certainly benefit everybody in our community. That's all for me tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to override the vetoes and lay the AM on the table.
Second.
There is a motion to override and lay a memorandum on the table that has been moved and seconded. Ms. Alatel.
Mr. Chair,
Moved by Ms. Alatel and seconded by Ms. Brawley.
Would you like to read the AM title into the record?
Sure. Unnumbered AM, subject Mayor's vetoes of amendments to AR 2024-104 as amended, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2024 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage from Assembly Chair, Vice Chair Zalatel and Assemblymember Brawley. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate Chief of Staff Bird's comments about taking the vetoes seriously. I think as you can see laid out in the Assembly memorandum, not only have the vetoes been taken seriously, but the budget process as a whole for 2024 was taken very seriously and deliberately. Back in the fall, before the 120-day memo was even released, we set forward our priorities. And we have worked consistently around those priorities of building the workforce, the retention and recruitment efforts, ensuring adequate core services such as snow removal, and continuing policy work and investments to address our housing shortages. The 1Q budget revisions as put forward by the administration that kicked off this process did not really take into account those specific priorities as set by the body. I think we have to also set that against the backdrop of not having our audited financials. So we have to act cautiously and retain flexibility. So Mr. Byrd mentioned the parking and the retention bonuses. It's not a no. It's just not getting hemmed into those specific policy choices. We set aside money in our first quarter budget revisions that allows us to address employee retention and recruitment. But we did so in a way that if we find we need to true up from the 22 or 23 years, we have some flexibility without having to go back on a specific policy promise, because we still have incomplete information. The one piece I really want to address, and I think it's very important for these, actually two pieces. One, I have no doubts, and I've seen the work that the Office of Management and Budget put into these first quarter budget revisions. They were very thoughtful. They were just big policy choices that I don't believe belong in first quarter. They are best suited as a part of an overall budget conversation that happens in the fall when we can talk with departments and we can take it in the context of all of our budget considerations. The second is around the net income from AWU. That take of approximately $4 million to me is very risky, and I'm glad we didn't take that up. One, it hadn't been discussed with AWU's leadership. Two, the RCA order, when one provided by the AWU director, says that dividends taken above and beyond what AWU management recommends could lead to there being no future dividends. So I'm not saying that it couldn't happen. It seemed like an incomplete conversation and one that needs more time. And the time to have that conversation, again, is in the typical budgeting process. For me, leaving AWU with net income that's fairly unrestricted while also amending its capital improvement program for a number of projects that relies on uncertain grant funding, as well as the changing landscape around drinking water concerning PFAS and that unknown regulatory landscape coming from the EPA, leaving AWU some flexibility to be responsive, to be able to carry out those priorities and those changes, to me, is a hallmark of good stewardship of that utility. Our drinking water is one of our most precious resources, and to me, ensuring that that utility can be flexible and respond to changing conditions is very important. With that, I would turn it over to my co-chair if she has any comments.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the sum up, and then I will just add two additional things as far as timing and some of the issues that were brought up in these vetoes. First of them is the MLNP closeout. So a lot of the, and that's really what is discussed in detail in the veto rationale as well. These are things that myself and Member Zalatel are aware of. We are aware of the urgency of those things, and in fact, one of the conversations we had last week with the CFO and with the OMB director around the budget true-up that we needed to do was really the urgency of those things and needing to address them. So they are basically accounting issues. Unfortunately, they've carried forward from the last couple years, and so now they are newly urgent, but they are really just things that came from the sale of the MLNP utility to Tugach Electric, which was a municipally owned utility. So there's a lot of kind of accounting issues that need to be addressed from that to ensure that we can close out the transaction, deal with all of the requirements of that transaction. Those are absolutely things that myself and Co-Chair Zalatel are committed to doing. We sat down and made a to-do list. We have a general understanding of what those 5 items are, and we are happy to assist the administration in getting those things done. What we are not doing is recommending that we make all of those decisions in the budget in the first quarter for the reasons that Member Zalatel already stated. The other issue around timing is, of course, we are on a set timeline. This is why we basically gave ourselves an extra week to finish the budget given the uncertainty around the 22 audit and all these other pieces, but we know that we need to get this done. And the reason is that we had to set the tax levy so that we can issue property tax bills. More than half of the city's operating revenue comes from property tax. That includes schools, and it also includes general government services. And so it is really critical that we stay on this timeline, and why this happens in April, now it's happening in early May. But it needs to happen so that those tax bills can go out, so that folks pay their tax bills through the summer, and that is essentially when we collect most of our revenue. And so it's really critical that we get this done. And so that is, again, why we are stressing the importance of moving forward with the budget. We believe it is a good budget, and then these other issues such as MLNP closeout, we can take up and do intend to take up actually in our Budget and Finance Committee next week. Thank you.
Anyone else in the queue? It just broke, so you just have to signal me. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. A question to the budget co-chairs, and appreciate your comments. It has been stated that the budget amendments the Assembly passed recently, which we're considering here again, exceed the tax cap. And I expect it may be stated again after this vote. So could you just speak in the context of these vetoes we're contemplating overriding and what that means as far as the tax cap, and will we be exceeding it?
Ms. Alato.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. So the concern about the tax cap was rectified at the special meeting last week. We chose not to keep, in particular, an elimination of 4 IT positions. Those come along with intergovernmental charges, and those intergovernmental charges are charged to departments. That's how those positions are funded. That put us over, and intergovernmental charges are something that can be trued up, I believe, through conforming amendments, but we wanted to be very sure, so we took up the special meeting. Another way we ensured we had room under the tax cap was to reverse the item called labor scrub. We took that back. We had said, no, we didn't want it, but we got more clarification that the labor scrub was really actually a labor adjustment, truing up 23 labor projections into the actualities of 24. And lastly, we brought down, just by a hair, the Building Safety Service Fund mill levy, because that is also under the cap, so we made adequate room.
Mr. Johnson.
I appreciate that. That was, I think, a very detailed explanation, but just to maybe put a little bit finer point on it, we may override these budget vetoes and still not violate the tax cap, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so I'll just overlay that by saying again where she started, that on Friday we had a special meeting in which we amended the budget item, we reconsidered and amended it, brought the total levy down to allowed, and then we passed it again, and that's what was vetoed. Mr. Colhase. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he meant to speak. That's okay. No, that's fine. Anyone else? Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. I got a quick question on this AM. This is a override of all the mayor line item vetoes. Is there any way we can bisect this down to each veto, or are we going to do one and all?
The motion is to take them up all as one. A member can make an alternative motion. I think it's the preference of the body or the leadership to take them all up in one swoop so that we can proceed with our pretty packed agenda. So, but a member can do what a member wants.
You just have to wait or read that.
It looks like we're alive again. Mr. Rivera. Okay, thank you. I don't see any other motions. So anyone else in the queue? Anyone on the phone? All right, members may proceed to vote. I'm stuck again.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
No.
On a vote of 11 to 1, the vetoes have been overridden. I'm still jammed. Hold on just a minute. Sorry, IT. It seems like it might be working again. Okay. All right, next on the agenda is the chair's report. Tonight, we celebrate Asian American Pacific. Welcome, everybody, first. And are there any students here from classes? Raise your hand. Anyone? No, I'm not seeing any students who are here from their government class. So, okay, you're off the hook then because you're not here. Good evening, welcome. First, I'm going to talk briefly about Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. First, May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. AAPI represents those with roots and ancestry in the Pacific Islands, East Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Asia, which contains at least 60 different ethnic groups with distinct cultures, histories, languages, and traditions. Roughly 47,000 people who trace their roots to Asia and the Pacific Islands have made Anchorage their home. Alongside a resolution in recognition of the many contributions and achievements of Anchorage's Asian American and Pacific Islander residents, past, present, and future, the Assembly is proud to present digital artwork by local artist Rejoy Armamento that you can find at the upcoming Assembly newsletter and a display in the library lobby. Next, I would like to give a huge thanks to the Budget and Finance Committee chairs, co-chairs Meg Zalatel and Brawley for leading us through a thoughtful and challenging first quarter budget revision, as well as legislative and administrative staff who helped along the way. It is unfortunate the process stirred up controversy because it distracts from the fact that a lot of people worked very hard to develop a responsible operating budget in some difficult circumstances without a completed audit for 2022. They say that you can see a community's values in its budget, and the recent budget revisions were very much in line with the Assembly's annual work plan and priorities. The budget revision was passed unanimously by the Assembly last week and clearly demonstrates the municipal values of public safety, strengthening our workforce, delivering quality services, and improving quality of life in our community. I hope after tonight we can move on from the politics surrounding this process and continue the work of keeping our city running. On the Eklutna River conversation, last week the project owners group submitted a proposed final fish and wildlife program to the governor over the objections and concerns of the community members, the native village of Eklutna, and the Anchorage Assembly. Although this process has been touted as open and transparent, it has been anything but. Instead, closed doors deals, carefully orchestrated public meetings without public comment allowed, and last-minute ballooning costs are what define their proposed plan. For those of you wondering what's next, now that the plan has been submitted to the governor, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the National Marine Fisheries Service have 60 days to submit comments on the proposed final fish and wildlife program. Once those comments are submitted, the project owners have 30 days to submit responses, and after that, the proposed final fish and wildlife program and accompanying comments will be sent to the Alaska Energy Authority to compile a report and submit to the governor. The governor has to October 2nd, 2024 to make a decision, but I will note there is an appeal in the Superior Court on many of these procedures. And so that conversation, while it may be proceeding down one track, has another that's coming up. While the process is now in the hands of the governor in solidarity with our neighbors of the native village of Eklutna, we pledge to continue our pursuit to reclaim the municipality's vote and develop a transparent solution that reflects the voices, needs, and values of the residents of Anchorage. And finally, on a very bright note, municipal elections are underway. I'm really proud to say that with the first 2 major days of ballots coming in, we've received over 20,000 ballots into the election center through the various vote drop boxes, mail, and other methods. That's a huge increase. That's 4,000 more than in the previous mayoral runoff. Ballots must be returned by May 14th. And as always, you have 3 options to return your ballot: by mail, at a drop box, or at a vote center. The vote centers are hosted here at the Lusac Library, at City Hall, and at the Eagle River Town Center, I think it's called, the Eagle River Town Center. You can also visit www.muni.org/elections to find out more information and figure out how to vote. I think that the deadline to have a new ballot sent out to you may be just passed. So you no longer have an option to get a new ballot mailed to you, but you can show up at one of the voting centers and cast a ballot at any time up until 8 p.m. on Election Day. So other than that, just the boilerplate. This is a business meeting. We're here to do the work of the city. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers and refrain from personal attacks or speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, or pacing, except when clapping is in order for a recognition resolution. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches. Please keep the aisle clear except when lined up to testify. Please also do not approach the dais. If you have something to share, please hand it to the clerk for distribution to the members. If a point of order is called, please stop speaking so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules aren't followed, I may interrupt the speaker to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I'll give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. We'll have public hearings later in the meeting. If you're here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area and town you're from, and stay on topic and direct comments to me, others on the dais. And members will let me know if they feel like you're not on topic during a public hearing, and I will let you know if they tell me. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. Amendments are down on the lower dais, and assembly members typically don't answer questions during that period. Otherwise, we have a pretty packed agenda. We have a number of resolutions for reading. We'll go ahead and proceed on through our agenda now. First, we have committee and liaison reports. So we'll go ahead and start with Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The next meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee will be on June 6th at the Permit Center. In that meeting, we'll hear a presentation on a land value tax and other incentivization strategies to spur development in our community. At the last meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee, we had a wonderful presentation, amongst other items, from a Leadership Anchorage cohort. Well, Leadership Anchorage is a wonderful program that's been running in our community for several decades. And this project was presented to us around district naming and the idea of place naming, but also areas of our community with distinct characters. Think of the recently dedicated Mushing District. In 2018, I think downtown had a design district dedicated with the museum, and that's also the home of the Seed Lab today. And these are part of recommendations that came out of some work from the AEDC with presentations from Roger Brooks over the last couple of years. And also, I just wanted to give a shout out to a project that's ongoing now. We heard some presentation on it at the Community and Economic Development Committee. We don't only just talk about Title 21 and housing, we talk about economic development in different aspects. And right now there's a project going on called the Greater Anchorage Music Census, which is a community-led initiative to gain a better understanding of the current needs of the music economy of our community. And for more information, folks can visit the anchoragemusiccensus.org website. That's a project with AEDC and also the Chamber of Commerce. And as a liaison to the Chamber of Commerce, I want to shout out all of the members of the Chamber, the members of the Matson organization, other sponsors, and all of the community members who got out there this weekend to kick off the citywide cleanup. Folks who went down to the Westchester Lagoon, thank you for going down there, getting your bags, and participating in that wonderful event. But there were many other folks who got involved in their local neighborhood, and I know myself and Member Braga jumped in at Russian Jack Park. And so shout out to all of the folks who will take the month of May to help keep our city clean and get ready for the summertime. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to report.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There will be a regular meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee next week, Wednesday, May 15th, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at City Hall, room 155. Regarding the Municipal Audit Committee and the ACFR, that's our annual comprehensive financial review, our annual audits, there has been some pretty substantial progress in the last week, which is good news. There are still some outstanding items which are being worked on by both BDO and the Controllers Division. Interestingly enough, the issue has switched from issues regarding the COVID FEMA reimbursement to now the issues are regarding the 2018 earthquake FEMA reimbursement, holding things up. At this point, I don't have a concrete update on the timeline other than the fact that everyone is aiming for a May 31st issuance, so the end of this month, but it is looking a little bit more unlikely each day, but we'll see. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
No report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On May 16th, we'll have our regular Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee meeting, and then on the 17th, we'll have a special meeting of that committee. That special meeting is one you don't want to miss. There's two really important items concerning the port modernization program. The first is we will have our consultants in town that are doing the economic analysis of the port in terms of kind of cargo in and the need for capacity. And we'll also be talking about Terminal 2, which is the secondary cargo dock design options. So important one there, mark your calendars. Also on the 16th is our Budget and Finance Committee meeting. On that, you'll see under unfinished business a new standing item which will start our MLNP wrap-up conversation. And it's the intention of the co-chair Brawley and I to introduce the item, create a work plan, and then subsequently make sure we're coming back to that each meeting until such time as we resolve the outstanding issues. And finally, on the 16th is a day, is the AMATS Policy Committee. And for those of you who may not know what the AMATS Policy Committee is, it is a committee made up of the Department of Alaska Department of Transportation, Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation, representative from the mayor's office and 2 assembly members, and we talk a lot about the intersection of federal dollars coming into our community for roads and transportation. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Braga.
Thanks, Chair. I recently attended the Visit Anchorage Board meeting, and we had a presentation from ACDA by Mike Robbins about the vacant and abandoned property proposal to clear up to 500 properties that are a blight on our neighborhoods. They'll clear them for developers, which could change the face of the city and provide housing for people who need them. They also did a presentation on the proposed Denali View RV Park at 3rd Avenue, and we got to see a map of what it could look like. It was very exciting for Visit Anchorage, and they plan to do a letter of support for both that, Seward Highway upgrades, and the vacant and abandoned property proposal. Last thing is they are wanting to meet with assembly members and reaching out to you guys to talk to them about priorities that they have for the city, and I said I would extend that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
No update. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. A couple updates. First to my co-chair, Member Zalatel, for the update on budget and finance, but I'll just briefly state the committee met on Thursday, April 18th. We discussed ongoing financial updates such as our revenue projections and budget to actuals. As she stated, we will be meeting again Thursday, May 16th, 12:10 to 1:10 p.m. in City Hall, room 155. And then on the legislative committee, the May 1st legislative committee meeting was canceled, but we continue to monitor the legislative process, including our priority asks such as the $4 million for summer shelter funding that's currently in the budget that's moving through that process, as well as several bills. And just a note for folks, the legislature is scheduled to gavel out on May 15th. That is the 121st day of session, and ideally would be on the other side of passing the FY25 budget, as well as any other priorities that they have taken up. There has been discussion of a special session or extension of session. That is not in our purview to guess what happens, but we may see that happen. And then, of course, with our funding priorities, we'll just wait the prospect of any vetoes from the governor on those items when the budget is finalized. And so the last meeting this season of the Legislative Committee will be Wednesday, June 5th, City Hall, room 155, from 1 to 2 p.m. And as I stated before, I believe the two kind of functions of this committee are to track what happens during the state legislative session and act accordingly. And then, of course, our biggest job, which we'll pick up again in the fall, is working with the administration to prepare the legislative program. So this committee will not be meeting during the summer months. I anticipate we would schedule the next meeting sometime in September, and then again to discuss preparation of the FY or the 2025 legislative program. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Chair. Just one update, working with AEDC on what I'll call Project Anchorage, which is similar to Project Hades and the Oklahoma City initiative that we heard a lot about from Mr. Brooks. Project 80, if you're not aware of it, brought us such great projects as the LUSEC Library, Egan Center, Sullivan Arena, Anchorage Museum of Art and History, Alaska Center for the Performing Arts, and the 11-mile Tony Knowles Coastal Trail. We're in the beginning stages, and I will discuss more of this at the Rules Committee towards the end. And really looking forward to this as something that can move Anchorage forward for the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
No update tonight. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, everybody. Next, we will go through the addendum to the agenda. So before we get to the addendum, we are going to address late on the table items, which incorporate any late on the table items on the agenda. For items that are not supplemental to be addressed, the code requires an affirmative vote of at least 8 members. I think, except for ordinances that can be introduced at any time. So I'll go ahead and read the supplemental items, and then we'll get to the the introduction of the ordinances. So the first laid on the table item is for item 10B3B, Resolution AR 2024-166S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly calling on the Alaska Legislature to enact legislation and the State Board of Education early development to implement regulations providing for correspondence study programs. So this is a supplemental item. It doesn't need any action. So next we have a series of ordinances for being laid on the table and introduced. Item 10G15, an unnumbered AO, an ordinance, the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 21.13.050, non-conforming lots of record to remove a restriction on development or sale of small, legal, non-conforming lots of record under common ownership within a abutting lot and waiving planning and zoning. Is there a motion?
Move to introduce.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there a third?
Third.
Ms. Brawley has made a third, and I think that's set for the 21st,
Yeah, next year.
May 21. Next, we have item 10G16, unnumbered AO, an ordinance, the Anchorage. An unnumbered ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 15.20.020 and 16.125.065 to reduce the standard 15-day prohibited campsite abatement notice to 10 days and to prioritize abatement activities for prohibited campsites near protected uses with more than 25 tents or shelter structures and within a specified distance of licensed homeless and transient shelters. Is there a motion?
Move to introduce and set for a public hearing at the meeting of May 21st.
Second. Third.
So I have a motion by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Bronca, and I think the third was a tie between Ms. Brawley, maybe, and Mr. Volin. So Ms. Brawley, go ahead. So that item has been set for public hearing on the meeting of May 21st. That covers all of our laid on the table items. So now, I'd like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion to incorporate by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Mr. Myers. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item has been, the agenda has been incorporated. So next we have on our agenda appearance requests, William Baxter. The microphone is not on. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Is it on? Yeah. Is it on?
Yes.
Okay. I'm William Baxter. I live in Fairview, and I've been single all my life. I'm 68 years old, and I know a lot of single people because I go dancing and at a lot of places, and I work with single people. I go to church with single people, you know. And it's getting worse and worse all the time. And, you know, and when I was in college, my instructor said one time, he says, women like be protected and provided for. And I see these women, all the women out there, and I see a lot of singleness, and I got a burden for them because I've been single all my life, and it's been tough. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, we will go ahead and go through our agenda and pull any items. So it's the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved, adopted, accepted by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each item. Under the rules, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing. So next, we'll go ahead down the dais. We'll start with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
10A3 for readings. And that's it.
All right, thank you. That's 10A3. Mr. Salt, any items for polling?
No, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I'll pull 10A2, 10B1, 10B3, and that's it for now.
So I have 10A2, 10B1, and 10B3. All right, Mr. Volland.
No items, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Bronga.
I have to read 10A3, but are you presenting it? Okay, got it. So all mine have been pulled, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
10 Delta 1, 10 Delta 2, 10D5 through 10D7, and 10D26.
All right, so I have items 10D1, 10D2, 10D5, 6, 7, and 10D26 for Ms. Zalatel.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mr. Johnson.
10A5 for reading.
That's 10A5. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10 Alpha 8.
Is that it? 10A8 for Mr. Rivera. Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. None, please.
Say again? No items?
No items, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't tracking all the way. 10A4. Okay, and also 10A9.
Okay, so that's 10A4 and 10A9.
That's correct. Thank you.
Mr. Myers?
10A9, so that's been pulled. We're good.
What about 10A1? Who has that one? Okay.
10A1.
Ms. Zalatel, okay. So I'll go back through the list, make sure I got them all. 10A1, Ms. Zalatel, 10A2, Ms. Brawley, 10A3, Mr. Perez-Verdia, 10A4, Mr. Martinez, 10A5, Mr. Johnson, 10A8, Mr. Rivera, 10A9, Mr. Martinez, 10B1 and 10B3, Ms. Brawley, 10D1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 26, Ms. Zalatel, and that is it. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 10 Delta 3 and 4.
All right, 10D3 and 4 have also been pulled. So, okay, that is the list we have. So now I would like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Moved
Second.
by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. I would like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has been adopted. And so for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for future public hearing, which are all items in the 10G. So if you're here to see action on any of those items listed on the consent agenda that were not pulled, those items have now been passed or accepted. So, now, we'll start with the good stuff. All right, 10A1. 10A1 is AR 2024-144, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring the life, contributions, and legacy of Robert Bob Owens, father, husband, attorney, and volunteer. Actually, who pulled this one? Ms. Zalatel.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Any objection? Seeing and hearing none, this item has been accepted. Come forward.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring the life, contributions, and legacy of Robert Bob Owens, father, husband, attorney, and volunteer. Whereas Robert Bob Owens touched the lives of many, including family, friends, mentees, and colleagues. And whereas from a very early age, Bob was a diligent and committed worker, delivering newspapers as a kid by bike in his Spokane neighborhood in the era when paper delivery kids also had to collect subscription payments, selling Cutco knives to help him put himself through college, and delivering Chinese food to make his airfare so he could visit his daughter when she was out of the country. And whereas Bob served as a senior attorney for the Municipality of Anchorage Civil Division since 2005, and in that role successfully advocated for the city and the Don Young Port of Alaska before some of the highest courts in the land, including the U.S. Court of Federal Claims and the Alaska Supreme Court, and in doing so helped settle Alaskan questions of municipal law regarding special assessments in Fink versus Municipality of Anchorage, excessive force claims in Manus v. Daly, and term limits in Municipality of Anchorage versus Muse. And whereas the Municipality of Anchorage and its people owe Bob a debt of gratitude for his fortitude in making the case and sticking with the 12-year battle to achieve justice for the municipality in the Murad Port case, eventually leading the U.S. Court of Federal Claims to rule in Anchorage's favor and order Murad to pay Anchorage $367 million, the largest award in the municipality's history. And whereas Bob was the go-to guy for 17 years in the municipal attorney's office, gave many municipal employees good practical advice, fresh perspective to thorny challenges, and won the appreciation of his fellow workers who lost a friend and advisor with Bob's passing and wished to show their appreciation posthumously. And whereas Bob served on the Hope Community Resources Board for over 20 years, providing guidance for the organization through leadership transitions and pandemic challenges in order to continue the organization's services to people who experience intellectual and developmental disabilities. And whereas for the last 10 years, Bob was a loyal volunteer with the American Field Service Exchange Student Program, both as a host dad and as an AFS volunteer staff liaison to foreign exchange students, many of whom think of him as a dad. And whereas Bob served as a member of the board member of the Anchorage Bar Association for decades, was a charter member of the organization's Young Lawyers section, and was a founder of the Anchorage Youth Court. And whereas during his life, Bob donated over 100 gallons of blood to the Alaska Blood Bank and donated bone marrow that saved a young man's life. And whereas, in addition to his professional accomplishments and volunteer service, Bob was a very active person who enjoyed hot yoga every Sunday with his wife, playing pickleball and riding his fat tire bike, skiing, roller skating, and ice skating, or simply listening to music, especially jazz. And whereas Bob was an adventurer, a friend, a confidant, a fixer, and a mentor, and he maintained an unwavering commitment to his relationships with his family, children, friends, colleagues, and his wife, Suzanne. And whereas Bob was an avid lover of music, and according to his wife, Suzanne, one lyric that captures his essence is in the song titled My Champion by Alter Bridge. May this lift you up when you feel you'll fall again and you cannot win. Oh, hope these words are enough for you to be strong, my friend. Sometimes you fall before you rise. Sometimes you lose it all to find. You've got to keep fighting and get back up again, my champion. Now, therefore, in recognition of the many contributions and achievements of Bob Owens, the Anchorage Assembly does hereby resolve to recognize and honor the legacy of Robert Bob Owens' outstanding contributions to make Anchorage a better place to live. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 7th day of May, 2024.
On behalf of the entire Owens Little family, thank you very much to the Assembly members who've approved this commending resolution. Bob's life is a shining example of an incredible public servant and volunteer. And we can all learn from his good example. And on behalf of the whole family, including his son, 2 daughters, brothers, and sister, I want to thank you very much for this kind action in recognition of a municipal servant that worked his heart out for the municipality and especially for the Port of Alaska. Thank you so much.
To the Anchorage Assembly, my name is Ann Helzer. I'm the municipal attorney. On behalf of the Department of Law, we're very grateful that you have taken the time to honor a public servant such as Bob. Bob loved the municipal attorney's office, has faithfully served, and has been a friend and dedicated colleague for many years, and in fact encouraged me to join the municipal attorney's office. So I'm very grateful for this, and we very much appreciate that you took the time to recognize a member of our department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have item 10A2, Resolution AR 2024-157, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing and congratulating Assembly Youth Representative Jesse Terrell for his public service and active participation in local government as the youth representative to the Assembly. This item was pulled by Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, that item is approved. 12 of us abstained according to the screen. There we go. Okay, so this one I think I have Mr. Myers reading, Mr. Johnson presenting, or Mr. Rivera presenting. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Myers.
Didn't realize I was reading. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Who has
Mr. Chair, I have this
one.
one.
Got swapped. I'm sorry. Ms. Brawley is reading. Mr. Rivera is presenting. My crib sheet is inaccurate again. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing and congratulating Assembly Youth Representative Jesse Terrell for his public service and active participation in local government as the youth representative to the Assembly. Whereas on September 12, 2017, the Assembly approved AO 2017-51S as amended, which created a seat for the youth representative to the Anchorage Assembly for the quote, purposes of youth engagement and education in civics, unquote, enabling a youth to, quote, actively participate in the legislative branch of municipal government, unquote. And whereas on April 11, 2023, Polaris K-12 school student Jesse Terrell was sworn in as the Assembly Youth Representative and successfully completed his term as the Assembly Youth Representative on April 9, 2024. And whereas Jesse first became active in student government at Polaris K-12 school in the 8th grade and has also served on the ASD Student Advisory Board, the Alaska Association of Student Governments or Student Governors, and has also testified before the Senate Education Committee in Juneau on behalf of the Youth Advocacy Institute, where he has advocated for the raising of the base student allocation. And whereas Jesse also participates in other school activities and community engagement and social justice activities throughout his church and church youth group, and will be expanding his knowledge and experiences this summer by traveling to Colombia to engage with youth from another country and culture. And whereas while serving as the Assembly Youth Representative, Jesse took part in multiple Assembly meetings, committee meetings, and initiated and co-sponsored AR number 2023-347 with Assemblymember Rivera, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly supporting the efforts of Anchorage and Matsu School Board Student Advisory Board members to continue their efforts to ensure meaningful student advocacy and engagement. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and commends Jesse Terrell for his committed and exemplary public service to the youth and all residents of the municipality as the Assembly Youth Representative, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 7th day of May, 2024.
I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm a little sick, but it has been an absolute pleasure and honor serving with all of you. It has been just an amazing experience to learn and work with you, and I hope this, I was the first member back since the position was reinstated, and it was a steep learning curve, but the process was enjoyable, and I'm so happy to have helped continue this important work, and I'm excited to see who comes next. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, Ms. Bronga.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say a little bit about Jesse. I am so impressed with this young man, and I wanted to let you know he worked very hard side by side with me on the ceasefire resolution, had valuable insight to the process, and then he could foresee a better way for the youth rep to be supported when a new one comes in by overlapping their terms. And I am going to work to help his vision. He also could foresee possibly having a mini assembly come together with the student reps. So I really, really think you have a bright future ahead. Thanks so much.
All right, next we have item 10A3.
Move to approve.
Hold on, I got to read the title. I just was on a different page. Item 10A3 is Resolution AR 2024-158, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing and congratulating Assembly Youth Representative Alternate Jacob Matthews for their public service dedication to bringing awareness to LGBT plus youth issues and their graduation from Bartlett High School. Mr. Presverdia, you pulled this one.
Yeah, I believe Ms. Bronga is reading, but I will move to approve.
All right, move to approve by Mr. Presverdia. Second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bronga. I'd like to ask for this item for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, the item has been approved. So Mr. Presverdia is presenting Ms. Bronga's reading. Go ahead.
A resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing and congratulating Assembly Youth Representative Alternate Jacob Matthews for their public service dedication to bringing awareness to the LGBTQ plus youth issues and their graduation from Bartlett High School. Whereas on September 12, 2017, the Assembly approved AO 2017-51S as amended, which created a seat for the youth representative and an alternate to the Anchorage Assembly for the purpose of youth engagement and education in civics, enabling a youth to actively participate in the legislative branch of municipal government. Whereas on April 11, 2023, Bartlett High School student Jacob Matthews was sworn as an Assembly Youth alternate and successfully completed their term as the alternate Assembly Youth Representative on April 9th, 2024. And whereas Jacob is an openly LGBTQ plus youth who brought their positions to the Assembly and activities to the community, brings awareness to laws and policies that affect LGBTQ plus youth, and whereas Jacob attended Bartlett High School as a student athlete where they took an active part in Bartlett community, including Bartlett football team, cross-country team, and the Bartlett Link crew, and will graduate from Bartlett on May 14, 2024. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and congratulates Jacob Matthews for their public service to the municipality of Anchorage as the Assembly Youth Representative Alternate and wishes them well with their postgraduate plans of legal studies, athletics, and continued public service and political engagement. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 7th day of May 2024.
Welcome.
Well, first I just want to thank the Assembly. It was an honor to serve with all of you, and the effort it took to just wake up in the morning and be like, I'm enjoying this, was very little. It took no effort at all because I sincerely enjoyed it, and I hope whoever comes in after me and Jesse enjoys it just as much as we did.
Thank you. All right, next we have item, oh, go ahead. Judy, welcome. Ms. Jessen.
Thanks. My name is Judy Jessen, for the record. I just wanted it on the record that life has not been kind to Jacob, and it's important to me that the record reflect their mom would have been very, very proud.
All right, next we have item 10A4. 10A4 is AR 2024-155, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating Child Care Provider Appreciation Day. This item was pulled by Mr. Martinez.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Martinez, seconded by Ms. Brawley. I would like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objections, that item has been adopted.
Mr. Chair, I was going to ask if we could make an opportunity. I know Mayor Bronson would like to be added as a sponsor, and I believe others might be as well.
Any objection to being added as a sponsor? All right, so we'll just go ahead and make it everybody. Now, who is reading and who's presenting?
I'll be reading, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Martinez, you have the floor. And
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating Child Care Provider Appreciation Day. Whereas child care provides safe, nurturing places for the development of millions of children nationwide and plays a vital force in having a robust, thriving economy, and whereas child care providers have tremendous impact on the lives of young children and their families to grow and thrive, and whereas there are 186 licensed child care facilities within the municipality, ranging from in-home care centers that vary from privately owned to nonprofits to employer-sponsored, with a total capacity to care for 8,142 children. And whereas child care providers' critical function became very apparent during the COVID-19 pandemic, when child care facilities worked hard to remain open and made services available in spite of higher costs, reduced capacity, heightened concerns about exposure and illnesses, and other stresses. And whereas most child care programs are small businesses and primarily run and staffed by women, continue to struggle from staffing and financial hardships post-pandemic as they work to meet the needs of more families, and whereas the municipality recognizes child care is a lifeline for families, communities, and the economy, previously directing over $36 million of COVID relief funding to homes and centers, and with voters approving the use of marijuana tax revenue to create the Anchorage Child Care and Early Education Fund in April 2023, and whereas the future depends on the quality of early childhood experiences provided to young children today, including through high-quality child care. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly proclaims May 10th, 2024 as Provider Appreciation Day in the municipality, and urges all citizens to recognize child care providers for their important work and immense value to our community. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 7th day of May 2024.
Thank you so much for this. I come from Argentina, I speak in Spanish, and I appreciate you so much. I do this work for a long time. Thank you so much.
Ms. Alatel.
So I want to thank you all for being here today, and I'm glad we had the opportunity to jump on as co-sponsors to this. I will say that my child's early child care providers have made her into the young woman she is today. You guys play such a pivotal role in shaping these young lives, more than I could have ever imagined. So thank you, and thank you for that you keep showing up for these kids every day.
For 45 years.
Congratulations.
Ms. Bronga.
Thank you, Chair. I ran a home daycare when my kids were little, and I can tell you from teaching to being an assembly member, that childcare work was the most difficult that I've done. It was fun but exhausting. I would leave my home with no coat on because I was so busy snowsuiting the kids up, and it's just such an important job, and I really appreciate all of you.
And in Spanish too, it's bilingual.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, my name's Dawn, and I'm the Child Care Licensing Supervisor for the municipality, and I appreciate this recognition, and on behalf of the providers, all the administrators, the staff, the countless hours, years of dedication, thousands of children that they've served, thank you for the recognition, because no matter how great we acknowledge it and all the attention they get for this moment, it's not enough. So, thank you. The two people that Letitia was given one of the resolutions because she has been serving Anchorage's children as a licensed provider for 45 years this last January. Who is here on behalf of Little Mountain Movers? Anyone? And as a licensed child care facility, and I don't know your name.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jessica Parker. I'm the superintendent of Little Mountain Movers Academy, and we're celebrating 50 years in existence this November. So we're very, very proud of that. And I think we speak for all of them. We are hiring.
So I'll just note then that on Friday, we have a work session, I think it's at 1 p.m., relating to the ACE fund, which is the dedication of the marijuana taxes to child care and early education. So members of the public can tune in online at streams or show up at City Hall Room 155 if you want to be in the room where the next conversation about what the municipality is going to do relating to child care and early education. So the ball is moving forward slow and steady. So thank you, everybody. Next, we have item 10A5, which is AR 2024-156, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing May 12th to 18th, 2024 as Police Memorial Week and remembering and honoring those who have made the ultimate sacrifice and service to our community. This item was pulled by Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Mr.
Second.
Johnson, seconded by Ms. Brawley. I'm going to ask unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, the item has been approved. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
I'll be reading, Member Littlefield will be presenting. Whereas Police Memorial Week is an opportunity to pay tribute to the memory of fallen law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our community, and to recognize those who currently serve by enforcing our laws, bringing criminals to justice, and making our community safer. And whereas the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage fulfill an important civic responsibility by supporting the work of law enforcement in protection of our community, and whereas behind the name of each officer who died in the line of duty lives a story of courage and devotion, as well as a deep sense of loss for the service, the country, and above all, for friends, family, and partners. We can never repay these gallant men and women for their service, nor adequately comfort their families. We can only honor their memory in our determination to forge a stronger, safer community, which they helped purchase with their lives. And whereas, since 1897, 68 law enforcement officers have fallen statewide, including the following Anchorage Police Department officers who gave their lives in the line of duty. Chief John J. Sturgis, 1921. Chief Henry C. Kavanaugh, 1924. Officer Benjamin F. Strong, 1968. Officer William G. Falmer, Jr., 1970. Officer Jonathan P. Flora, 1975. Officer Harry Keir, 1980. Officer Harry B. Hansen, Jr., 1986. Officer Louis G. Mizell, 1989. Officer Dan R. Seeley, 1996. Officer Justin T. Woolham, 2001. Now therefore be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly remembers and honors all those officers who have died in the line of duty by recognizing May 12th to 18th, 2024 as Police Memorial Week. Be it further resolved that the Anchorage Assembly encourages all residents to thank the men and women who serve our community and protect our citizens, and to remember and honor the fallen who gave their lives in this service. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 7th day of May, 2024.
Chief Cross.
Green button.
It's on. Thank you. I just want to say thank you on behalf of all the men and women of the Anchorage Police Department. It's an unfortunate but necessary thing we do every year to sit down and remember the people who gave their life because they so believed in the community that they lived and worked in. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so 10A, 6, and 7 were not pulled, so we'll move on to 10A8. 10A8 is Resolution AR 2024-163, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the National Association of Letter Carriers, NALC, 32nd Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on Saturday, May 11, 2024. Mr. Rivera.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Rivera has pulled the item. Was it Mr. Myers who seconded? And I would like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, the item has been adopted. Who is reading?
I will be, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera, go ahead.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the National Association of Letter Carriers, NALC, 32nd Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on Saturday, May 11th, 2024. Whereas the National Association of Letter Carriers Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive is held annually on the second Saturday in May and is the largest one-day food drive in the nation, with local efforts in more than 10,000 cities and towns across America, including Puerto Rico, Guam, and Virgin Islands. And whereas 1 in 8 Americans face hunger daily, and the food drive is to remind everyone they can show kindness and empathy to fellow citizens by donating food to help many struggling Americans. And whereas Saturday, May 11th, 2024 will be the 32nd anniversary of the NALC Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive. And with the help of local postal employees and volunteers from Alaska to Florida and Maine to Hawaii, letter carriers will again collect and provide non-perishable food donations to local food pantry partners. And whereas the NALC Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive has collected over 1.9 billion pounds of non-perishable food since the pilot drive began in 1991 and has become the nation's largest single-day food drive. And whereas donations to the local food pantry partners generated by the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive are critical to the operation of the partner agencies who provide food annually for thousands of households and people statewide. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supports and applauds the cumulative success of the annual food drive. Residents of Anchorage are encouraged to join in this community effort through their donations of non-perishable food left at mailboxes and in U.S. post offices. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 7th day of May, 2024.
Welcome. Please
Thank
state
you.
your name and then go ahead.
My name is Tommy Devros. I am the president of the National Association of Letter Carriers, branch 4319 here in Anchorage. I have some food drive buttons for you guys, if I could just give to the clerk. Okay. As I said, we're the branch here in Anchorage, but we also represent Wasilla through Homer. I'd like to thank the Anchorage Assembly for their continued support of the Letter Carrier Food Drive. As mentioned, this is our 32nd anniversary. Letter carriers are in every neighborhood 6 days a week. Carriers create special bonds with their customers. Carriers see the need and the struggles of families that have to decide whether they feed their family or pay that bill. That is why the food drive is such a natural fit for carriers to help out, and we're happy to do it. The food we collect this Saturday goes directly to our partner agencies and back into our community. Some of them are here tonight. Alaska Behavioral Health, Alaska Workers Association, Fellowship in Serving Humanity, or FISH, Lutheran Social Services, Mountain Coast Vineyard, and St. Francis House. Our food drive's timing is crucial. Food banks and pantries often receive the majority of their donations during the winter holiday season. By springtime, many pantries are depleted, entering the summertime low on supplies at a time when many school breakfast and lunch programs are not available to children in need. Participating is easy. Just leave non-perishable food donations in a bag by your mailbox or at your local post office this Saturday, May 11th, and your letter carrier will do the rest. Thank you guys again for your continued support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our last one for tonight. Resolution AR 2024-164, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 2024 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Month in the municipality of Anchorage. This item was pulled by Mr. Martinez.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Martinez, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I'm going to ask for
Mr. Chair,
unanimous.
I'd like to move to amend if I could, please.
Okay.
I would like to move to amend to add Miss Alaska Emma Broyles and Chief Equity Officer Junior Mavea to the resolution, please.
So there's a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Myers. Yeah, can you tell us where on the document?
Line 28, please.
So on line 28. Right, any discussion? Ms. Altel? Okay. Yep, no, okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing no objection, the amendment has passed, so as amended. Then I'm going to ask again unanimous consent on the main motion. The main motion is to approve AR 2024-164 as amended. Hearing and seeing no objection, the item has been adopted. Who is reading? Who's presenting?
I'll be reading, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. And Ms. Brawley, go ahead and come on down.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 2024 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Month in the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas 47,000 persons who trace their roots to Asia and the Pacific Islands make their home in Anchorage, constituting a vital part of Anchorage's diverse ethnic and social fabric, whose languages, cultures, and religious beliefs enrich our community and state in countless ways, and whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders' love of family, community, and hard work embody the founding principles of our city, nation, and state and nation, with Asian American and Pacific Islander entrepreneurs strengthening our economy and community through hard work, dedication, and ingenuity, and whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month provides an opportunity to promote the study of Asian American and Pacific Islander history and culture and the importance of education, history, and ethnicity in creating role models and establishing a proud cultural identity, and whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have a long tradition of military and public service, with many serving as public employees and first responders in Anchorage, and many serving or having served in the United States Armed Forces. And whereas Asian American and Pacific Islanders have distinguished themselves as community leaders in Anchorage and Alaska, including Thelma Buckholt, Loki Tobin, Genevieve Mina, Scott Kawasaki, Jesse Viscocho, Dr. Anthony Nakasawa, Arthur Yang, Luciana Hansen, and Elsa Sargento, and as amended, whereas the 32nd Alaska Legislature honored Korean American Anchorage resident In-suk Baik for her annual Thanksgiving meal drive by naming the Mountain View Glen Highway in her honor, the first bridge named after a Korean American in the United States. And whereas the University of Alaska celebrates Asian Pacific Islander and Desi American APIDA Heritage Month and shares recommendations by APIDA Heritage Month Planning Committee, Multicultural Student Services, and the Pride Center, including the powerful climate change poetry of Kathy Jetnaliker, tell them the historical legacy and photography of Corky Lee, who helped shape Asian American political identity through his iconic photojournalism, and the powerful music of Filipina activist and rapper Ruby Ibarra, and Hassan Minhaj interview with Desi American kids about growing up Desi in the United States. And whereas community organizations are hosting events this month, including a screening of Shaka, a story of aloha, at the Arctic Rec Center, and on Saturday, May 4th, past, Step Into Wellness at the Mountain View Boys and Girls Club on Thursday, May 16th, and whereas the Polynesian Association of Alaska, Alaska Federation of Filipino Americans, Inc., Korean American Community of Anchorage, Inc., Korean Cultural Center of Alaska, Filipino Community Anchorage, Alaska, and Pacific Community of Alaska will be hosting an Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders Cultural Flag Day celebration at the Delaney Park Strip on Saturday, March 25th to commemorate the first raising of the American flag on Tutuila Island in American Samoa on April 17, 1900, the arrival of the first Japanese to this nation on May 7, 1843, and the Chinese workers who built the transcontinental railroad that was completed on May 10, 1869. Now, therefore, in recognition of the many contributions and achievements of Anchorage's Asian American and Pacific Islander residents, past, present, and future, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes May 2024 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 7th day of May 2024. Thank you.
There's a green button to press. There you go.
Thank you. My name is Melissa Yang. I'm here today on behalf of my father, Arthur Yang. He's currently in ICU right now, and if he could be here, he would be accepting this recognition. I would like to thank the Assembly on his behalf for this recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda is item 10B1. Ms. Zalato.
Thank you. I move to change the order of the day to take up item 10B1 after 10 Delta 26.
Second.
Motion to change the order of the day, seconded by Ms. Brawley. All right, so moved by Ms. Zalato, seconded by Ms. Brawley. You want to speak to that, Ms. Zalato?
I believe I have conflicts on both those items, so putting them together seems to make sense.
All right, I'd like to go ahead and ask unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to change the order of the day? I'm seeing, hearing none, so the order of the day has been changed. We'll take up item 10B1 after 10D26. Next, we have item 10B3. 10B3 is AR 2024-165, a resolution of the Anchorage requesting the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities Central Region consult with Assembly members, Menard Community Council, Turnagain Community Council, and other impacted oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. You're right. Resolution AR 2024-166, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly calling on the State Board of Education Early Development to implement regulations providing for correspondence study programs. This item was pulled by Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
It's a motion to approve the S version, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, and I'll speak to why there's an S version. This resolution, a version of it was passed on April 23rd by the school board, and it was requesting originally a focus on regulation changes at the State Board of Education level. So this has to do with the court ruling that happened in April regarding unconstitutional uses of school education funding for certain homeschool and correspondence school activities. And so it is asking for a fix at the state level, essentially. It is agnostic on what that fix should be. It is simply saying that this needs to happen. So because there was a stay in the ruling issued on May 2nd, then this version doesn't address that, so that's one change, is just to update this information to where we are now. The second change is that, as you can see, the original version only spoke to the State Board of Education. We know right now the legislature is contemplating at least one bill right now that would make this fix in statute, and so, again, this resolution is not, doesn't say what the content should be. It simply says whether it's the legislature or the school board, or sorry, the Board of Education, or both, that should occur, and then you'll see there's the last sentence adds language around adequate accountability measures and oversight to make sure that public funds are spent wisely. So it's simply asking for, again, that fix, and is a similar version to what our school board passed, but is more updated. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I just wanted to note this resolution was brought at the request of the school board, hoping to have our community kind of speak from a variety of levels in support of getting a fix. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez.
Chair, I'd ask a ruling on a potential conflict.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to identify for the record that I am a homeschooling father, and one of my two children is a student in the correspondence school, so it's one of the 2,000 students, and I wanted to put that on the table so that if do I have the opportunity to vote on this even though my child is one of the students affected, or is that a conflict?
So I'm going to rule that there are thousands of people who are similarly situated to you, and so it's not a personal benefit that would be accruing to you. And so I don't see that there is a substantial personal or financial conflict at this time. Any member wish to object? Hearing and seeing no objection, the ruling is sustained and you do not have a conflict. All right, any further discussion on the item? Hearing and seeing none, then members may proceed to vote.
Assemblymember Volland?
Yes.
Assemblymember Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2024-166 has passed the body. Next we have item 10D1. 10D1, Assembly Memorandum AM 391-2024, Executive Appointment Confirmation hearing, Bianca Cross, Police Chief. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. Move to postpone to the meeting of June 11th.
Second.
Motion to postpone by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Leadership has set, or actually the chair has set the confirmation hearing for June 7th, and this is the immediate meeting following that time. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Motion to postpone. It was made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I'm going to go ahead on this one, ask for unanimous consent. Hearing no objections, this item has been postponed to the regular meeting of June 11th. All right, thank you. Next, we have item 10D2, AM 416-2024, Public Naming Commission, Richard Whitney. This item was pulled by Ms. Zalatel.
Move to postpone to the meeting of July 16th.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Zalatel, motion to postpone, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
I'm nothing if not consistent. We've talked about this before. It's my intention, unless there are quorum issues, particularly related to the ongoing business of the municipality, particularly around building, to postpone these till July 16th, and a request is into the chair to have a boards and commissions work session sometime in June. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Byrd, I see you in the queue.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you, and I will try and be consistent as well. I appreciate Martel's comments. I wanted to just highlight for the body that we brought this one back, number one, because when we brought up this appointment last meeting, we did not have it specified whether this was an at-large or historical board. This is an at-large, and it's now on the document. Second, I wanted to include the commendation from the Ombudsman, which I mentioned. That's now part of the record, so we wanted to make sure that that the body was aware. We think that Richard will be a great person to help this new board, as he worked with Member Perez-Verdia putting it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to discuss the motion? I'm seeing, hearing none. On this one, I'll go ahead and ask unanimous consent again. The motion is postponed to the meeting of July.
Mr. Chair, I'd prefer to vote.
Okay, so very good, fair enough. There's an objection, so members may proceed to vote.
Assemblymember Stolt?
Yes.
Assemblymember Volland?
Yes.
On a vote of 9 to 3, AM 416-2024 has been postponed to the meeting of July 11th. Next, we have item 10D3. 10D3 is AM 420, July 16th, I'm sorry. AM 420-2024, Bidding Review Board, Danny Chad Soreko. This item was pulled by Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I'd like to move to postpone both 10D3 and 10D4 to the meeting of May 21st.
Second.
So there's a motion to postpone both items, 10D3 and 10D4. 10D4 is AM 421-2024, Bidding Review Board, Sheila Ray Cernich, to the meeting of May 21. So it's moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. So, and to the point about boards that do not have quorum, this is a 5-member board. It is, its purpose is to essentially review upon the request of the mayor or the assembly contracting bids, as I understand it. And so, it looks like since October 2023, it has basically had one member out of 5, so presumably it has not been meeting. I'm looking at the information about this board. So I see that 2 people are being brought forward. I have some questions, but I would like to just have the opportunity basically to get those questions answered offline, because I think it would be best to do so. And just to note that I understand this would allow this board to have quorum, but I also want to better understand what this board is for, because if there's an advisory group that reviews essentially bids through the procurement process, even if it's just on request, I think that we should ensure that folks on that board have the specific experience, and I'm looking at the code language that speaks to that. So again, I intend to follow up offline if that is a possibility. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to state through the chair to Member Brawley, we don't oppose this brief postponement, and the quorum issues are as we see it as Member Brawley stated. There's only one person on this board right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Stolt?
Yes.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AM 420-2024 and 421-2024 have been postponed to the meeting of May 21st. Next, we have item 10D5. 10D5 is AM 424-2024, Anchorage Transportation Commission, Salvador Solis. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I intend to make a motion with regard to 10D5 through 10D7, move to postpone those items to the meeting of July 16th.
Second?
There is a motion to postpone items 10D5, 10D6, 10D7 to the meeting of July 16th, moved by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley, I believe. And I'll just read them. So 10D5, AM 423, 2024, Anchorage Transportation Commission, Salvador Solis. 10D6, AM 424, 2024, Anchorage Transportation Commission, Anchorage Du Bois. And then 10D7, AM 426-2024, Plating Board, Ashley Ploy. All right, any further discussion?
Yes, I'd like
Go
to
ahead,
speak
Ms.
to it.
Alatel.
Thank you. So the 2 on the Anchorage Transportation Commission really exemplify why I want to have the work session about boards and commissions. I do not know what the Anchorage Transportation Commission does. And then the one with regard to the Plating Board, I did check in with the administration. There's no universal quorum issues. There are occasional disqualifications for conflicts of interest, so that they would like to have a buffer to keep quorum, but right now, I believe they have 7 of 9 members. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just briefly add that I was also looking at the Transportation Commission, and as the code says, it regulates vehicles that are chauffeured and provide transportation services on request for a fee, and then it exempts certain types of vehicles. So as I understand it, that would deal with, it sounds like things like setting taxi rates. And so either way, I do think we need more time, but I just want to note that it's not just broad transportation issues, that it has a very specific purpose. Thank you.
Ms. Branca.
I'm going to also stay consistent that I feel like if anyone wants to step forward on a board, that we should not be pushing them further back. I didn't see anything that was concerning about any of these individuals.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Assemblymember Volland?
Yes.
Assemblymember Stolt?
No.
On a vote of 8-4, items 10D, 5, 6, and 7 have been postponed to the meeting of July 16th. So that's AM 423-2024, AM 424-2024, AM 426-2024. Next, we have item 10B1, Ms. Alatel. Excuse me, 10D26, I'm sorry.
I'm going to go ahead and make both disclosures now. So for item 10D26, it's a grant agreement with the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, of which I am the executive director, so I believe I have a direct financial interest in that item. On 10B1, it is about extending the capacity of the emergency cold weather shelter at East 56th Avenue, and I have not participated in those votes because of my role at the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, particularly particularly because we do street outreach.
So on 10D26, I will rule that you do in fact have a direct personal and financial interest in this item, as this is the organization you're directly employed by. And item 10B1, we have previously found that you have an interest in that, the decisions made around cold weather shelter, so you will similarly be excused from that item. So next we have item 10D26. 10D26 is Assembly Memorandum 437-2024, grant agreement with the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness for Emergency Rental Assistance. This item was, what's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Assemblymember Stolt?
Yes.
Assemblymember Volland?
Yes.
So on a vote of 10-1, AM 437-2024 has passed the body, and Ms. Alatel was excused. Back to item 10B1. Item 10B1 is AR 2024-162, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly extending the expanded capacity of 200 individuals at 1111 East 56th Avenue Shelter. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone meeting of May 21st.
Second for purposes of a discussion.
Okay, motion to postpone by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Go ahead, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I had a few questions in this, and I'm also, of course, if this fails, then I'm open to having that discussion tonight. But I'll just add a couple of my questions to the record because I think they need more discussion. The first one is I'm looking at the whereases, and one of them says, looking at line 23, there will be 50 beds held at the congregate shelter for those who are being abated. So it implies that we basically will have a shelter capacity of 200. We will generally hold it open at hold it at 150 and then hold those beds open. So I would like some more information from the administration about the intent of that. And second, my understanding of Title 16, or I should say AMC 16-120, I don't remember the rest of the citation. There's 3 reasons why we can have emergency shelter operate outside of cold weather, essentially. So one of them is if the temperature drops below a certain amount, a certain degree. That is what happens in the winter. The second is if the mayor declares an emergency. The third is if the health department also determines that there is essentially an emergency and that there needs to be that shelter. And so to my knowledge, none of those actions have happened, and this temperature issue is not one that comes into play during the summer months. And so we can either have that discussion tonight, but I would advise that we postpone and take this up at the next meeting.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am supportive of the move to the 200 capacity through October 15th. I do have one concern, and it's the same one that Member Brawley brought up, namely with 50 spots allotted for when an abatement is issued. So I do have several questions, and I'll go ahead and put those on the record. I'm just curious about the policy rationale for this addition, how it was going to be enforced, who specifically is going to make the decision on when and how to fill those 50 beds, and what exactly would the quote-unquote rapid rehousing and wraparound services specifically named in the resolution look like. I'm curious to hear from the administration, but for my part, I am somewhat skeptical of this addition and how it's going to work. All that said, since the motion is for us to postpone so that we can answer these questions, I guess a question I have to whoever from the administration wants to respond, will a postponement have an impact on the operations of the shelter to May 21st? I don't see how, because I believe your current extension to 200 exists through the end of May, but would like to hear from the administration.
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, I also believe that the current capacity is 200 through the end of emergency cold weather shelter season.
Okay, so then just to be pointed, then you don't see postponement of this resolution having any kind of negative impact?
Through the chair, no, sir, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bronca.
So I guess Ms. Johnson just answered my question. So I looked at the shelter dashboard, and there's 200 in there right in the 56th Avenue right now. And that is because the temperature is still getting below 45 at night. And so do you anticipate at the end of May, 50 will be sent away that may want to stay?
Through the chair to Ms. Braga. So our emergency cold weather shelter season is fully funded through the 31st, and we're allowed to operate through the 31st. Beyond that, we don't have funding to continue into June, so we won't drop down to capacity. We'll just close that facility.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, you have the floor.
I just thought of another question, and it may be a little bit off track, but are the showers fixed at that shelter?
Through the chair, we have plumbing issues in the bathroom, but the showers have not been a major issue.
Okay, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Just looking at the calendar, so my question is if it is possible for us to either schedule a work session or to take this up at the Housing and Homelessness Committee on the 15th, and I would be happy with either.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I would suggest we take this up at Housing and Homelessness.
That is preferable. The calendar is full, so through May. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is to postpone to the meeting of May 21st.
Assemblymember Stolt?
Yes.
Assemblymember Volland?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Yeah.
Salt, you asked to speak. I'm sorry, I dropped you out of the queue.
No, I'm good. I'm supportive of the motion. I just want to make sure that we do need a year-round shelter at some point, like most major cities. Thank you.
Sorry, and thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Myers?
All right, on a vote of 11-0, that AR 2024-162 has been postponed to the meeting of May 21st. And with that, I believe we've concluded our consent agenda. We'll take our regularly scheduled break, and we'll get back.
Here. Nice.
We getting started? All right, so once again, we have you on the phone, Mr. Salt, Mr. Wand.
Yes.
All right, we are going to come back on the record. Next up on the agenda, we have item 11A, which is AR 2024-112, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving an amendment to the 2024 CIB of the Anchorage Community Development Authority and appropriating $215,796 from the ACDA General Fund balance to purchase lots 4 and 5, Block 3, Smith Subdivision Number 1, 202 and 204 East Fireweed Lane, and to purchase 2 fourplexes from J-Bear for the Attainable Housing Project. Ms. Zalatil.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
So there's a motion to postpone indefinitely by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you. We had a work session on this last Friday. Mr. Robbins came and presented an update on the project. Ultimately, this is on hold while they conduct a Phase 2 environmental on the property, but we can expect, and that the J-Bear fourplexes aren't what they're going to do, so we're going to press pause, let them do that environmental, and bring something back when they get those results and are further along in their project.
Any further discussion? I'd like to ask unanimous consent on the motion to postpone indefinitely. Hearing and seeing no objection, AR 2024-112 has been postponed indefinitely. Next we have Item 13A, Resolution AR 2024-92, a resolution approving the Heritage Land Bank 2024 Annual Work Program and 2025 to 2029 5-year management plan. This item was continued from 4/23/2024. Hearing on this item is now back open. Come on down. It is. All right. Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. Yes, go ahead, Kathy.
Hello? Okay, thank you.
On behalf of
Thank you again,
yourself-
Chair.
On behalf of yourself?
I am testifying on behalf of Turnagain Community Council.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Kathy Gleason. I'm currently President of Turnagain Community Council. And as we have for many, many years, we look at the Heritage Land Bank 1-year and 5-year management plan as there are heritage HLB parcels within our council boundaries. And on February 1st of 2024, we approved unanimously and submitted comments on this plan. And I'll try to talk quickly and just summarize what our comments were. As for many years, we've acknowledged that there are municipal entitlement lands still owned by the state that are to be conveyed to the municipality as per the 1986 Municipal Entitlement Act. So we continue to request that these parcels get transferred. Ones in West Anchorage include parcels 21 and 68, where Point Warrenzoff Overlook and sections of the Tony Knowles Coastal Trail are located. Parcel number 77, which includes Little Campbell Lake Park. Parcel number 78, which is land adjacent to Kincaid Park. Parcel 113, DeLong Lake Park, and a portion of parcel 71, which is the northern section of Connors Bog Park. So I think a lot of people don't realize those are all still state-owned, but they really should be under the ownership of the municipality. We also noted in the plan that mid-year, the Salvation Army Clitheroe Center is vacating their location out. I'm sure everybody's aware where that's at, and that is HLB land. And so we request that West Anchorage Community Councils have an opportunity to collaborate with HLB with regard to the future use of that area to ensure compatibility with any future use of this strategically high-value land along the Tony Knowles Coastal Trail and Greenbelt area, because the land adjacent to it is labeled as parks and open space. We also support the transfer of parcel 4-045, which is east of Earthquake Park and west of Hood Creek, to the Municipality Parks and Recreation Department, and want that included in Chapter 3, the 2024 work program. We also would like more information regarding any additional Tesoro-Nikiski pipeline easements in parcels 4-033A through D and 4-034. We request that HLB engage our council when considering any additional pipeline easements in those areas. That's Coastal Trail Greenbelt area. And the transfer of parcels 4-034, 4-033, A through F, and 4-034. We have a long history of requesting and advocating for the transfer of these parcels to the Muni Parks Department to ensure permanent protection of the Anchorage Tony Knowles Coastal Trail and associated natural open space buffer within the boundaries of these parcels. And TCC requests that the transfer of these parcels to the Parks Department be included in the 2025 through 2029 HLB management plan. Let's see. And lastly, that the Assembly approve the 2020 HLB plan that included a more detailed description of the work that HLB does regarding conservation easement management. It was thorough, and I don't know why they have deleted so much of that, because what they do for those lands is very important. So thank you so much for your consideration of our community council comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Rob Couples, East 3rd Avenue resident, property business owner, and member of the 3rd Avenue Radicals. I'm here this evening to speak specifically on the economic feasibility of the master plan for the former A&F site directly across from my home. I have with me the master plan from 2019. I'd like to just read a couple sentences out of the seismic and slope stability issues section. Although there are feasible engineering solutions to address seismic and slope stability issues, the costs of these solutions are significantly higher in more conventional foundations than more conventional foundations on stable soils. It will be critical to understand both the risks and costs to cure as potential investments in this site are analyzed. At the time of the master plan, we didn't have any financial data on what it would actually cost to build. The Heritage Land Bank commissioned a 3rd and Ingram market study report with Agnew Beck, which was completed in 2021, where they did run an analysis on a few different scenarios on what it would cost to actually build housing and create something that represented the vision. And their analysis came up with, for a 194-unit rental build out would be $51 million and a generated value of $34 million, representing a net gap of $17 million. So the other scenarios represent similar numbers. They did indicate in the recommendations for executing the master plan, the city could choose to build roads and utilities on the site and provide a public offering for private entities to construct housing on the finished lots, e.g. a publicly funded subdivision. This would reduce construction costs and close the financial feasibility gap. I don't really see us as a city shelling out probably now well over $20 million to make this plan a reality. In the HLB 2022 annual work plan, the Heritage Land Bank's position in that work plan 2 years ago was a housing market study of these parcels was completed. Significant subsidies for off-site infrastructure will be required for this project, for the project feasible for it to be feasible for a developer. So the 3rd Avenue Radicals have identified that this is not financially feasible. The Heritage Land Bank has identified it's not financially feasible. And I'm standing here today to ask all of you, do not take an action that will hamstring the people of East 3rd Avenue to a project that simply cannot be built. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Larry Michael. I'm a resident of Anchorage, member of the 3rd Avenue Radicals, member of the Board and Policy Committee of the Anchorage Downtown Anchorage ADP. I'm testifying on my own behalf in support of AR 2024-92 as written, particularly as it addresses parcel 4-046 and 4-047 at 3rd and Ingra. This site has been vacant for 30 years and the site of homeless camps for most of those years. Summer of 2023 was a disaster there for campers and neighbors alike. The Denali View RV Resort proposal is the best concept put forward to date. It activates the land, gives tribute to the land and our indigenous, provides employment, recreational opportunity, and trail connectivity. It enhances tourism. It includes many elements of the master plan that was completed in 2019. By the way, the master plan was never approved by the Assembly. While it has desirable features, it is not feasible right now. Why? Number one, the fact that nothing has happened in the last 5 years is kind of the first clue. 2, affordable to attainable housing on seismic 4, especially seismic 5 land, is unrealistic. 3, farming on the land is challenging, and much of the master plan has agriculture. 4, lack of infrastructure has been an impediment to potential developers. 5, the highway-to-highway and port access Pell has 5 alternatives currently being considered. 2 of those designs routes the port access right through the property at 3rd and Ingra. A 3rd design comes very close. There are legitimate questions to ask about the Denali View Resort, including economic feasibility, as Rob has just discussed, and length of amateurization to make this possible. But for now, please allow ACDA over the next 4 to 5 months to do its due diligence. Any changes to the work plan may obstruct these actions. Continue the public process, then consider its merits for a long-term lease when it is time. The community and its supporters thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair and Anchorage Assembly. My name is Jim Renkert. I am a UMed property owner, a Girdwood property owner, a South Addition property owner, and my family owns property at 3rd and Gamble directly across from the former Alaska Native Services Hospital. And I'm here to support what Rob and Larry just said, and I'll keep my comments real brief. I support the HOB work plan as written. We're specifically in favor of the conceptual design and development of the Denali View RV Resort, and we encourage passage of the HOB work plan with no changes or additions that would affect the Denali View RV Resort. So that's all I have to say, except I'll be back in a few weeks with some good news and a check for the Assembly and the Municipal Parks and Recreation. Thank you.
All right. Please, if you're going to testify, come on down. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Michael Ward. I am the Vice President of the Downtown Community Council, and I'm here to support the Denali View RV Park. Just as Rob, Jim, and Larry did before me, we support it in its current state. To move forward, we think that it is one of the best uses for the land, especially considering all the other factors that they have spoken about. We have sent a resolution out that was voted on last week in support, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on. It's off now. You just turned it off.
Is it on?
Now it's on.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Melinda Gant, ACDA. I would encourage the Anchorage Assembly to adopt the HLB work plan as submitted and approved by the HLB Advisory Commission. HLB received 123 comments from the community on their 5-year work plan, including 3 comments about the 3rd and Ingram property, parcels 046047, in which ACDA is currently doing their due diligence on a review of a project that the community asked us to look at and to see if we could potentially activate the site. The comments from the HLB staff for the 3rd and Ingram property are noted, and I would like to read those. The site has a drafted master plan that may take many years to write for development. HLB will be considering short-term uses of the site that preferably implement components of the master plan to activate the vacant property. And I will say the short-term definition within the master plan is a minimum of 10 years. And I'm going to go read on HLB parcels 046047 until such time the master plan can be implemented. Short-term use of the site for the purposes of activating the site will be pursued for immediate implementation. Uses that incorporate elements of the master plan will be prioritized. HLB will continue to engage with local stakeholders. Thank you.
Can you say what page that comment was on?
The one that HLB?
Just what you just read, the last comment.
I'd have to go back to the work plan. I just did a copy and paste.
Okay, thank
so
you.
I could tell you later.
No, it's fine, we have it. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Members of the Assembly, thank you. Oof. My name is Mike Robbins. I live on the hillside, Lower Hillside, and I'm the Executive Director for ACDA. I'm here today to testify on behalf of the HLB work plan. I just want to encourage you all to approve the work plan as written without any amendments that would affect the 3rd and Ingram property. As you've already heard earlier from the stakeholders that live near to the area, from the businesses downtown, they support this process and came to ACDA a couple of months back and asked us to embark on this journey to see if an RV resort would make sense on that site. So we began that journey with the support of Anchorage Downtown Partnership, the Fairview and Downtown Community Councils, as well as the 3rd Avenue Radicals. And I encourage you to approve the HLB work plan because any changes at this particular juncture might derail that process. So all I'm here to do today is just to encourage you to let us finish the process. Ultimately, the Assembly, you, will decide what happens on that property. Any kind of a lease or any type of an arrangement between ACDA and the city has to be approved by you. So this summer, we did enter into a short-term permit with HLB to finish our due diligence on the property. And I would just ask that you approve the work plan, which would allow us to continue and complete that. And then we'll be back in front of you sometime, maybe before the end of this summer, but most likely in the fall, with a plan on how we want to move forward with that project in the spring. Thank you.
There's a question for you, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Mr. Robbins. So you mentioned how potentially an amendment could derail your efforts. And I guess I'm just, because I've received a lot of correspondence from the stakeholders, and most of it pertained to an amendment that may come forward here tonight. I guess when I read that amendment, I didn't understand how, if we're looking at a temporary use, and when you and I spoke about this project, that was sort of what was imagined, and temporary, as Ms. Gantz brought up, could mean 10 years, 15 years. But how would the going forward of the master plan, potentially being adopted to our comp plan, how would that derail your current efforts? I can't connect the dots there. I can't put 2 and 2 together about how moving the master plan process forward would derail your efforts for a temporary use. Can you maybe give me a little bit more information on that?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Boland, if I said would derail, it has I'm not sure that it would, but it may have the potential to. And all I'm asking is that we've already begun the process, and there are already safeguards built in to make sure that we adhere to the elements of the master plan as we have to come back in front of you to seek approval for any kind of a lease with HLB, and that would contain a plan for the property and what we're going to use it for. So if I said would, that was not my intention.
Okay, I appreciate that answer, and I guess we will discuss more about in the debate. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
So there's a motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I think we should start with the amendment. Let's move constant amendment number 1.
Motion to amend by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thanks. So this is an amendment by Mr. Constant, and I'm sure he'll speak to it, and we just heard a lot of testimony about it. I've been digging in with it, and the questions Mr. Voland had for Mr. Robbins are kind of where I'm at. I've read this really specifically and went back and checked the master plan. So first and foremost, Denali View RV Park is not a specific called-out project within HLB. So I think the presumption that that's what it will be, I think is a little bit, well, it's presumptuous. There are many steps to get there. So I think we need to take it in terms of, does the amendment prohibit investigating other interim uses? And so I do have a question for the sponsor of the amendment. If you go down to second paragraph of the amendment, it says active use of the site, which I am reading as interim use of the site, while preserving site conditions needed to implement the master plan is recommended. Does this mean that there are restrictions on paving or installing water or electricity on the site, in order to preserve those conditions? I guess what limitations are imagined in terms of how you preserve the site?
Thank you. So specifically, can you point to the lines? So right, so while preserving site conditions needed to implement the plan. I had a discussion with Mr. Robbins, and I guess it went in one ear and out the other. It wasn't met with earnest input. But what I had suggested was, the reality is his plan is well in excess of the cost likely to be achieved, and it's so paved as it was presented to us, roads everywhere, like it looked like almost half a mile of roadway platted in for access, that what I suggested was limit the paving to the elements that would be needed to achieve the outcome, the footprint being small
So I want to
enough.
pull my question back if I can. I don't know that it will be this use, right? And so as uses are investigated, what possible limitations would there be that are necessary to preserve the site conditions? Because what I heard is that there isn't infrastructure in that site, so some paving, water, electricity.
Right.
So can you enumerate those?
It's simply a balance of interests, like keeping it limited so that the elements that are in the master plan can be achieved in the fullness of time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering my question. So with that, I support the amendment with the idea that any interim project just simply come forward and explain how the interim use meets the overall needs to implement the master plan. And that could be everything from temporary infrastructure that could benefit the final uses envisioned under the master plan, or acknowledging if things would have to be removed. I think all of those are like the menu of items to be brought forward, because it will go to the feasibility of the interim use, how expensive it will be, how expensive it could be to unravel that use when the time is up. I don't see anything here that precludes any particular use on its face. And I know that we have a lot more work to do to get down to a specific use for this parcel. Thank you.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I guess I will just acknowledge that I've received quite a few emails on this topic, and I know that, as was said tonight, Downtown Community Council passed a resolution in support of using this property as an RV park. It's something that could activate the site and also support tourism downtown. Fairview, I believe, is also going to be taking up a similar resolution. The Third Avenue Radicals, as we heard tonight, are supportive of the idea. And so, you know, I think I want to be a person who encourages a culture of yes in Anchorage when there is community support behind an idea. And so I think it's a novel concept. I appreciate ACDA engaging with the stakeholders. At the same time, I also want to, you know, consider the municipal interest of what is the sort of best and highest use of that land. Certainly, it is not remaining vacant, right? But I guess I want to make sure that we're not sacrificing a more holistic vision. One of the things that I was encouraged by when I had the opportunity to meet with Mike and Melinda was that they presented the plans for the RV, or potential plans. You know, here's what it could look like, and showed me some schematics. And they presented it in a way to me that said, look, we are attempting to create this in a way that could, in the future, lay a framework for the future master plan. You know, if we put in this type of paving, we put in the monument, etc. I don't know. I guess I feel torn on the amendment just because I did receive feedback, you know, sort of a lack of support for the amendment from the community. But I think also I agree with Member Zolotel. I think maybe there's a little bit of misunderstanding that you know, the two things can work in tandem and go forward at once. And when I read it, I did not see that temporary use. If that is what comes forward, I didn't see it being precluded. So I guess I'd like to see momentum on both fronts. I'd like to see a temporary use that benefits the city for the site, but I'd also like to see that long-term vision in the future for how it could be built out. And if we can start that process as an RV park with pickleball courts, and if that turns into, you know, other assets for the community in the future, great. So that's kind of where I am at on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I had a couple questions, and I want to recognize first well, first I'll say for the public, if you're interested in the project that we're talking about, there was a briefing or a presentation at the Community and Economic Development Committee on Thursday, May 2nd. That's recorded, so you can go back and watch that. There was more detail there. I don't want to get into the details of that project, but I do want to carry forward one question I had, because I think it's not project specific, but because what's being proposed, or at least, you know, provisionally proposed, excuse me one second. Excuse me, okay. What's being proposed is a vehicle-oriented use. So what that raised in my mind, whether it's that use or a different one, is essentially if there is an interim use that essentially produces vehicle spillage or oil drip, you know, anything that comes out of vehicle use, whether it's a parking lot or something else, then that has the risk of contaminating the site. So what I'm worried about, again, is not because it's a bad idea or not because any of these ideas that have been floated are bad ones, but I'm concerned that we would basically devalue the property, or we would saddle it with a cleanup cost that would reduce its value. And so my question to the sponsor is, you know, it says while preserving site conditions needed to implement the master plan, is that what you're contemplating there is to keep the property so that it can be redeveloped, or can you explain that further?
Yeah, as much as possible, keep it in a condition that can achieve the outcome set out in the master plan. And so in the context of the comments that you made relating to heavy paving, the reality of all the vehicles that will be on there all of the time, I believe that the compromise solution would be gravel and then paved pads where those vehicles might be stored generally, but limited, and then some paving infrastructure in key elements of the use so that they are sustainable and, manageable and maintainable over time, but still contemplating at the core of the project what's in the master plan, which we've heard a lot of people say, well, it's out of scale, it's too expensive, it's all of these things, but in the fullness of time, many things can happen. And so what we don't want to do is harm first. And so, and when you brought up the conversation about the damage from vehicles, it's interesting when we actually started cleaning up that site as this project came to begin way back when nobody had paid attention to the land, but a handful of us started to ask, what can we do here? The number one contaminant on the property was diesel fuel remnants from vehicles and tanks. And it had been cleaned up. So that's a reality.
Thank you. And then my second question is getting back to the master plan itself. So it sounds like it has not been adopted. I guess if you could just clarify kind of its status.
Right.
And then I want to also say that the wording specifically is commence action to incorporate the master plan as an element of the comprehensive plan. So to my mind, that means beginning something, but maybe you can comment more on the status of this master plan.
Right. So the status of the master plan, when HLB develops a master plan like this, they generally don't come to the assembly. They are in their purview to implement and deliver and develop. But as folks know, HLB went through a leadership gap and some substantial struggles over the last 3 years. And so that reality pushed off any work that was meaningful, which gave an opportunity for the petitioner who's not before us, but has a project they're working on, to kind of rise up and become interesting to the community. And so I have asked every year of the legal department, how do we incorporate this as an element of the comprehensive plan? And every year until this year, I was told we don't. And then finally this year, Assembly Council figured out a little path. And so I've been working on this every year to get there. So to commence is to begin the process of implementing into a master plan of either a comprehensive plan update or a neighborhood-specific plan or a district area plan, which, if you think about that area in its broader context, that's actually what's missing. It's not in the Fairview plan, it's not in the downtown plan, it's not in the Mountain View plan. It's literally an orphan and needs a broader look at what is the future of this area. And so, notwithstanding this project, which may be a great fit with some slight modifications, there needs to be a broader look at what happens here. So that's what the beginning of this conversation means.
And then I'll just add briefly on the topic of comprehensive plan elements, because I and others have been spending a fair amount of time in Title 21 lately. I'm just noting that there is a number of elements, and so I'm not taking a position on whether this should be or would end up being included as the master plan, but I will note that I'm looking at, of course, most of them are larger. There's the Spenard Corridor Plan, there's the 2040 Land Use Plan, but I see something called 3500 Tudor Road Master Plan from 2007, and there's a couple others that seem to contemplate really small properties, and so I can see an argument where this would become part of the comprehensive plan because it is such a unique property. It has that history, it has all of this kind of behind it. And again, I'm not arguing that it should become part of the master plan. What I'm saying is that this is seeming to ask to start that process and that there is a process for adopting it into the plan. So, so that's all I'm going to say for now. Thank you.
Ms. Bronco.
Hi, I was very excited when I heard about this Denali View RV park, and I did a little bit of RV after I retired before I unretired, and to find a nice campground in the heart of the city was the golden goose. You know, you just were super excited. It made you be able to walk to the restaurants. This is a space that's had a lot of abuse over the past several years, and you know, that if there's diesel fuel and other contaminants on there, that's not the kind of vehicle that will be coming in for an RV park. I mean, the people who are coming around in their fancy RVs are probably know how to maintain them and have the funds to maintain them and dump their sewers in the appropriate place. So if this amendment does anything to slow down the process of activating that area in a positive way, I'm not supportive of that. I feel like we could still, after this goes forward, I'm sure Mr. Robbins is going to be having public comment. Maybe we'll do gravel pads throughout, or gravel roads throughout, and asphalt pads, and try to keep the land not so developed. But, you know, I think this is just the start of a great conversation, and I don't want to slow things down.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. I'll just start off with, let's not let the enemy of good be great. I do like this project, that it's temporary, meaning that it can easily be changed towards another use that's in line with the current plans and development. But we need to move forward with this space, and whether that's just plant grass and make it a field that the public can use. But I think leaving it in its current state needs to end. And my concern is if we impose too many restrictions or delay, we're going to end up with the space as it is for another 10 years. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm not necessarily going to advocate for or against a particular project or use for the site, other than to say I would not be happy to see it continue on as a vacant lot indefinitely. So with that, you know, concerned that this amendment could potentially put some constraints on the projects we might contemplate, I would just like to ask first the sponsor, is the intent, or do you believe that this amendment, if adopted, would preclude something such as a version of the Denali RVU project?
No.
Okay, and then also, since we have some folks from the real estate department, would you mind also answering that question on the record, whether or not you think this amendment would prevent considering the Denali RVU park?
It was on. There you go.
Through the chair, no, we do not believe it would preclude this project from going forward if that's the one that we brought.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think with that, you know, I mean, I'm willing to support this amendment. I'm always wary of where the constraints may put us in a position where the projects no longer become feasible. But if we're not putting ourselves in that position, then I guess I'm willing to support it. I also would just like to note, having had a bit of a conversation with the real estate department on this already, some of the things we call for in this amendment are already happening, such as the pre-development work is in progress, and I believe with or without this amendment, that work will continue. So thank you for making that effort.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask our real estate director the same question that Mr. Johnson did, so thank you for the question, Mr. Johnson. But I did want to take this opportunity to reiterate a comment that I mentioned when this was presented to us at the Community and Economic Development Committee Chair, is that I'm appreciative of creative usage, and I don't know what will the ultimate project be on this particular site. But I am interested in the notion that there is an interest in RVing as a part of our tourism. And I just wanted to note that today we have a RV park in Anchorage. The Centennial Park is the only public RV park in our community. And I want to make sure that while we're visioning other opportunities to bring RV tourism into our community, we do not neglect to support and to make sure we keep open the RV park that we currently have. And I mentioned, Chair, that because that wasn't a priority to remain open just a few years ago, or 2 years ago, and it was unfortunately repurposed. And my hope is that this newfound interest in making sure we have different types of tourism, tourists coming to our community, and those RV tourists that want to come along the highway and take that wonderful journey that I have taken myself as well. And as they come right into Anchorage, that first opportunity for that amendment is Centennial Park. And I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record today. And I appreciate that this amendment would not preclude any other future opportunities for the project or other projects downtown. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the more that I read through this and the more that I hear the comments both from my colleagues and from the members of the public, I kind of feel like we're all saying the same thing. You know, we want to activate the site now. I hear a lot of support for the RV park, but doing so in a way that preserves the site conditions so that the master plan one day could be implemented. That essentially we're not, you know, in an effort not to preclude the RV park, I also don't want to preclude the longer-term vision for growth of this site and for other uses to be added, particularly those that incorporate the elements of the master plan, being prioritized. And so I guess if Mr. Robbins is still there, if I could just ask him to come back up once more for a couple additional questions.
Mr. Robbins.
So the first, and I apologize, I'm on the phone and I can't see you, but I'll ask my first question. Is it the intent of ACDA as you move through this process, if it is determined that this project is feasible, would it be the intent of the ACDA to preserve site conditions needed to implement the master plan? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And then, is it also the intent that if this project were determined feasible and able to move forward in a timely fashion, that later on down the road, elements of the master plan could be prioritized and implemented? Like, I guess, and part of that I think is, what is the timeline that you're looking at? If we're going to lease this property out to somebody who could operate this type of project, what timeline are you looking at? And when it comes to incorporating future elements of the master plan, what could that look like?
Through the chair to Member Volin. So I guess the first answer is, I'll start with the last one because that's the one I remember. We are, the current vision that's been put forward for this project is very incorporative. We have of the master plan. When you read the master plan, it calls for some very specific elements, trails, an amphitheater, an indigenous people memorial. There are several of those things that were taken into account when this plan was put together. Or I shouldn't say it's a plan, it's really just an idea at this point. We're in the process of doing the due diligence right now. You asked a question about timeline, and I would say that maybe in another 60 days, we'll have a pretty good handle on the economics of the project. And at that point, we'll be able to make a decision as to whether we're going to move forward and how we're going to move forward. It would be our goal that we would be able to begin construction in the spring of 2025. But there are several steps that have to happen prior to that. And I think I caught all your points. Did I miss anything?
I guess the one thing that I would add in terms of that timeline, for this use, if it's a temporary use, or maybe it becomes a long-term use, but there's also other assets that are being able to be created over time, as Member Compton said, more permanent uses. Ms. Gant, in her testimony, mentioned sort of the HLB's definition of a short-term use being around 10 years. I mean, that's what the goal is here. As you do your due diligence, are we looking at something that could be in place for 10 years, in place for 15 years? what's the ballpark there?
Through the chair to Member Volin, so we would anticipate that the initial lease for a project of this magnitude would need to be at least 10 years with some sort of a renewal clause in it. But again, we won't have a clear handle on that until we finish the due diligence, which we're in the middle of now, and that was the crux of my testimony, which was if we could just stay the course and finish the due diligence, bring you back a plan or no plan. So.
Okay, thank you. You know, I will say in response to Mr. Robbins, in response to his replies, you know, it just strikes me that there's nothing in this amendment that is out of line with ACDA's stated goals. And so I'm inclined to support this amendment. I feel like it has been read by some through sort of a filter of fear and frustration, rightfully, you know, in terms of the history of this site. You know, I can understand why people, you know, they just want to see something happen expeditiously. But again, I don't think that this precludes that. And if it gives any comfort to those who are in the room, you know, this being adopted, the master plan being adopted into the comp plan, you know, it makes me think of the 2040 land use plan and all of the implementation action items that, you know, that plan was completed in 2017, and I think 25, maybe 30% of those action items have been accomplished. Despite having goals of those 3 to 5 year timelines, they're still not being, the majority of those implementation items are still not being accomplished. And, you know, assembly members have tried to take bold steps because of that, you know, when it comes to addressing housing. But all that to say, I think this is a long timeline when it comes to saying that HLB is going to commence action to incorporate the master plan as an element of the comprehensive plan. That doesn't mean that that master plan is going to happen tomorrow. That could be a decade or more, plenty of time for this RV park in some form or fashion to happen. So yeah, just because we have a plan on the shelf doesn't necessarily mean that those things are either precluding other options indefinitely or going to happen anytime soon. So I guess I want folks to hear that, particularly the folks who are there from the Third Avenue Radicals. I really think that both of these things can move along in tandem. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So I've been a little bit frustrated by this conversation because it's really putting the cart before the horse. We are here simply on an amendment about what's going to go in the work plan. Mr. Robbins has said it's conceptual right now, yet we have kind of vetted well into a concept that is going to come back to us. I think he said it's just an idea at this point, and there might be other ideas that come forward. And I think it's really important when we're taking up something like an HLB work plan to remember it's a plan. It can be amended. And that it is simply giving the broad strokes of what HLB will work on that ultimately has to come back to us to effectuate. So I guess a little bit of frustration because I think ideas are great to have conversations about, but we need to keep them in the context of the item before us and always remember the steps that we have to take to realize those visions. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Obviously, I support this amendment. If you read this amendment and think about it in the context of the plan, you will see, as has been attested by the HLB and real estate director, that it doesn't foreclose any of these options. The one thing that I would speak to is that their initial proposal missed the mark in a number of ways. In particular, it was overpaved and it was moved the native monument from the place that everybody proposed that it should go. And so the master plan is clear where it goes. And that's the only constraint, is we need another drawing. And I know that the architect that has been working on this is exceptional at his job and can render another drawing. And so that's not a hurdle to overcome. It's a creative constraint to improve the design to achieve the goal that was set out. Again, I would read briefly through these. It says HLB will commence action to incorporate the master plan. That's it. Then it says, while preserving site conditions needed to implement the master plan, active uses of the site are allowed. It's recommended. And then it says, the Third Avenue site will be implemented. Uses that incorporate elements of the master plan will be prioritized. And action will begin by 2029 for the near-term implementation. And so that's all this does. But much ado has been made about it. And I think this conversation has been very liberating for me. Very liberating. And so I'm grateful to my peers if you support this, and I don't see anyone else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
No.
On a vote of 9-3, the amendment has passed. Next, we have the main motion before us as amended. Any discussion on the plan? So I want to speak to the Heritage Land Bank staff and just say it's still a great plan, and there's a lot of work to be done there, and I'm glad you're on the job, because there was a gap there for a while, but it feels like things are moving. I understand a major landmark was met today, and I just deeply and profoundly honor you for sticking it through in challenging times when you have community groups that are operating with different perceptions than what's actually happening, and then you get a great thing that rises up in the middle of it and begins transformative change. And so that is subtext for other matters than what we just spent the last 40 minutes talking about. But the HLB staff know what I'm talking about, and I'm really grateful. And so for that, this plan and all the efforts that are going into it, many thanks. If there's no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Member Volland on the main motion as amended?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-92 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 14A. 14A is AO 2024-32, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Ethics Code Section 1.15.070 to provide and clarify when elected official may appear before a municipal body, including boards and commissions, when the elected official is acting in certain legislative roles. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. 3. The mic is off, so you got to hit the green button. Dustin, hit the green button. There you go.
Excuse me, it's going to take me a little time to prepare. Didn't have notice of the 14A, number AO 2024-32.
The clock is moving, Dustin.
So, Dustin Darden, D-U-S-T-I-N-D-A-R-D-E-N. It's ordinance, Anchorage, Alaska, AO number 2024-32, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Ethics Code, Section 1.15.070 to provide and clarify when an elected official may appear before a municipal body, including boards, commissions, elected official, is acting in certain legislative roles. So, looking for, in this document, I'm looking for underlined words, and I'm finding underlined words. It doesn't appear that we're removing anything with crossed out words. So what we're talking about adding is C, legislative roles, in addition to appearing when requested, or by invitation, an elected official may appear before the municipal body, including boards and commissions. Okay, so you can appear, legislative roles, elected officials' appearance based on submission of legislative municipal review, communication, collaborative efforts, procedures, elected officials show procedures, undue influence. Okay, so you're adding some language to, it appears you want to add some language to section 115.070. Doesn't seem like you want to take any language out. So I'd be opposed to this. And I'd motion to table this indefinitely due to the dereliction of the, through the chair, respectfully, through the corrupt clerk, and through the corrupt clerk.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by, I believe, Ms. Brawley.
Sure. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Members often find themselves in a interesting position when an issue is warranted for you to discuss or seek input on. There have been opinions in the past where members have been told, no, you can't go before that commission and have a discussion with them because you may subsequently have to rule on this item as it comes to you. And even matters before your own neighborhood community council, some have argued you can't take a position at your community council if the matter is going to come before the assembly. And it just seemed like a very narrow reading of the ethics code. And so in its simplest terms, what this says is that members of the assembly may, in fact, participate before Title IV boards and commissions as long as it's within the regular appearance and process and agenda and time limits of the board or commission, as a member of the public would be allowed to participate. And so this is separate from a subsequent item we have on the agenda relating to similar issues. It's kind of interesting time that they both landed on the agenda. But what this effectively does is it provides you cover, all of us cover, to participate more fully in the Title IV boards and commissions should the desire of a member arise to participate there, and it makes sense for you. And so, Mr. Gates, I don't know if you want to speak to this at all. If Ms. Ennis were here, I'd speak to it, but that's effectively what it does.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add one thing, is that this isn't only limited to assembly members, elected officials, school board members, the mayor, and so forth.
Right. Anyone who sits in one of these seats of power. Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate this common sense addition to basically, as you said, to the ethics code. And I think it's really a clarification and outlines the ways in which we interact with boards and commissions. And I'll give some specific examples that I've encountered over the last year. And I think one of them is, of course, if you sponsor legislation and you are appearing before an advisory board. Just recently I've been before the Geotechnical Advisory Board, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Watershed and Natural Resources Advisory Boards on a specific matter. So that's one situation, and it was us having a conversation about our proposal. Another one is that every month myself or my co-chair of the Budget and Finance Committee go to the Budget Advisory Commission, and we do the inverse of what we see at our Budget Committee meetings, which is to provide updates from the the Assembly. And so we are not there, we may be there giving our opinions on certain things, but generally we are giving an update on, what is happening, and then inviting the BAC, the Budget Advisory Commission, to participate. The third one is, I was invited to speak at the Equity Committee of the Assembly on the budget process. So it was not on a specific item, it was not a regular update, but it was really educating folks, and again, having a dialogue about the budget process and where they can engage. So those are just 3 specific examples that I went through in the last year that really illustrate why it is helpful to have this outlined. The other things that I appreciate are that it really states the elected officials shall follow the procedural rules of that body, because again, even though we have our own procedural rules and our own role, when we're appearing before another body, someone else is the chair and we are in that role of presenter or just in a different role, right? And so we need to be following those rules. So I appreciate that that outlined. And then finally, I also appreciate that it states and it makes sure that we are mindful of not implying, or basically it protects against the perception from those folks on those review bodies or on those other boards and commissions that they can feel free to engage in deliberations, recommendations, and to have their opinions if it's something that they are being asked opinions on, or simply that they do not have to feel that we are, as it says here, exerting undue influence just by speaking with them, right? And so it includes language that protects against that idea that that we would be coming and basically saying, if you don't vote yes on this, then we're going to cut you out of the code, right? That's just not the way that these things happen. And so just making sure that that is very clear so that future Assembly members are also aware of that. So for all those reasons, I see this really as, again, a common sense kind of clarification of what our roles are. And then, as I said, there's a lot of different situations in which this applies in different situations. So I intend to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walland first, then Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a really important clarification in code of something, as Ms. Brawley stated, is already happening in practice. We've talked a lot about, including in a recent work session on another matter that's on our agenda tonight, we've talked a lot about seeking expertise from our boards and commissions. And I think this is very timely as we are also gearing up to have another work session about some of our boards and commissions and, how we interact with them and how we want to organize them, etc. These advisory boards, I think it's really important for Assembly members who are sponsoring legislation to be able to go before them and seek that advice. Say, hey, I have this legislation that I'm working on. Here's who I've collaborated with on it, and I want your findings. I want, do you recommend this for approval, or why do you not like it, or what changes should happen? And so for the sponsors of legislation to be able to go before those boards for informational purposes and to seek that advice, I think is very important, and it helps us make better decisions as policymakers. I also think that this helps having this language in code. Again, this is something that's already normal in practice, but having this language in code helps with the balance of powers as well between the branches. Because with some of the boards and commissions right now, there is an imbalance. There's this dynamic where the boards and commissions take up legislation, and then they'll get input from municipal staff, the administration, various departments, but the Assembly members don't have, or aren't always afforded the opportunity to sort of say, here's why I want to bring this policy forward. And so for the Assembly to be able to explain that to the boards and commissions and say, here's the problem that I'm trying to solve. And then again, you also have the administration's input, and then you have the public available to give comment, I think really can help result in a best product. So I think this is mostly clarifying language. Again, it's something that's already happening, but I think it is very important to help set that expectation for the community and how we engage in this and how we get the best advice possible from our boards and commissions. So I appreciate the co-sponsors for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Braga.
I was looking at number 3, the undue influence one, and I know that Member Brawley brought it up a little bit, but I'm just trying to think of, being at a community council meeting.
I have an example.
Okay, go ahead.
So I have myself in the queue to give an example. There was a member of this body who went to the Geotech Advisory Commission and said, if you extend the building safety service area into my neighborhood, I will make your life miserable for the rest of your term. So that's an example of an undue influence. Yeah.
So I was just envisioning, if I felt like the abatement ordinance didn't pass, that our parks, were going to be overrun on the east side, which is a stance that I take sometimes, that I'm telling them, we really should get behind this. So that's kind of undue influence.
I would argue, sorry to debate this with you, but as the sponsor, I would say no. The difference would be if you said, if you don't pass this, I'm going to drive homeless people to your neighborhood. Right? It's the cause and effect. It's not the description of a condition of potential facts. It's the action. It's the influence that, to me, is where the line is at. And there could be 1,000 different ways that could be, but generally speaking, most of us don't do that. Yeah. So that was all I was going to say. We have a specific example, and this is actually, as members have said, a clarification of a practice that there has been some disagreement on. And so ideally what we do is make it really clear that you can, the school board can, the mayor can, anyone can go to these commissions and participate. Ms. Salatil.
Thank you. So one of the reasons I'm a co-sponsor of this is I really appreciate the clarification, because in community council right now in my own, I abstain from every vote. And there are times when, as a resident, I would actually like to vote. And so I feel a lot more comfortable now being able to vote in my community council on particular items. Thank you.
Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going through this one more time. So where specifically does this ordinance talk about community councils?
So it doesn't, and it just, generally speaking, it does primarily resolve around the Title IV commissions, but that's the gist of the same conversation. So we talked about writing it that way, but decided that you have that right anyways.
Okay, thank you.
But this, is no. Yeah, it's been part of the conversation. Okay, no one else on this, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Volland?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AO 2024-32 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14B, AO 2024-45, ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Land Use Planning. I will say that I've been told the sponsor's intent is to postpone this item one night, but we will open the public hearing and hear from the public tonight. So public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward to testify. You can line up if you want to testify tonight. Yeah, there is no intent to continue the public hearing to another meeting, so tonight's the night.
So, Dustin Darden, this is a little maneuver in this one. A little talking about public involvement to make it look kind of nice at the beginning. And then you get to page 6 of 14, D, and we're talking about adding all of this text, and starting with conforming amendments to official zoning map, amendments to comprehensive plan, or to text of Title 21. May also require conforming amendments to the official zoning map. Okay. So what everyone needs to know is that, number one, the people who are seated in front of you censoring microphones, making amendments to zoning maps. They are working under handlers, institutions like the Sightline Institute, who have agendas for implementing plans through local municipalities like Anchorage with plans labeled like Agenda 21 to build up plans like Agenda 2030. You know, we're talking about national and international plans to put free citizens in essentially camps, encampments. And the microcosm of this would be how we treat the least of these. And ultimately, the Sullivan Arena was a good example of these type of plans when individuals in that building, or it was actually, I believe it was Ben Boki, in that building, they were instructed that they could not leave the building until they were probed, raped, under the directive of the former executive branch of the municipality of Anchorage, with guidance from the state. Warrants are issued against citizens to pillage our community.
Your time has expired, Mr. Darden. All right, come on down, folks. We know you want to hear, you want to speak, so now's the time. Yeah. Welcome, please state your name. Oh, you just turned it off. Hit it again. Hit the green button again. There you go, you're fine.
Okay,
Welcome, please state your name.
Mr. Chair, Assembly members, I'm Claire Steffens from South Anchorage, and I'm here to ask you to please vote no and terminate AO 2024-45 and any future S versions for the following 3 reasons. First, it proposes the Assembly can circumvent public input provided directly or through the Planning and Zoning Commission whenever the Assembly chooses to act as a, quote, decision-making body, unquote. But the Assembly always is a decision-making body. Each one of you Assembly members campaigned on promises to represent your constituents. Yet by this proposed ordinance, you place yourselves above all municipal residents and permit yourselves to bypass the processes that enable constituents and residents to address their elected representatives. You're depriving us of our right to address our government in the planning and zoning field. 2, Section 36 of the proposed ordinance does away with the public notice requirement and with the role of the Planning and Zoning Commission entirely. You propose to impose your will on the residents of this municipality instead of serving to represent their will. 3, Title 21 embodies municipal zoning law. In Section 5 of AO 2024-45, addressing Title 2103-210B5, dealing with public notices of amendments, subsection A limits public notice to 7 days in advance of an Assembly hearing. Every one of you and the public knows that 7 days is insufficient for public awareness, consideration, and response. Many concerns of residents are addressed through citizens groups, for the 36 community councils, the Homeowners and Landowners Association, etc. The failure to provide meaningful advance public notice deprives us of the opportunity to consider and act. Ample time is essential because your constituents' lives are full and busy. We are unable to make following the Assembly actions a full-time endeavor. We need time to react responsibly and to advise you of our concerns. Moreover, by giving 7 days lip service to the right to be informed concerning proposed Assembly action, you betray your constituents, whom you promised you would listen to and represent. You enable yourselves to sneak things by people, and I sneak in quotes, if you wish, and you betray our trust. Vote this down and into extinction. Be the public servants you said you would be. And I say, I'm the only one here. If more people knew about this, there would be a number of people testifying. But I'm the only one here. Why? Because you're going around us. You're undoing the years of processes that have been put into place to ensure the public will be heard. And to say last thing, don't do this. It's not worth speed. And you say it's
Thank
done
you.
because it's complex and overburdensome, please, follow the law.
Your
Thank
time
you.
has expired.
Do you have any questions?
No. Your time has expired. There are other people. Please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
5-minute person.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Katie Nolan. I'm president of HALO, the Home and Landowners Organization
Hold on.
Incorporated.
Are you a community council?
Yeah, I'm with HALO.
HALO is not a 5-minute organization. It's the community councils. Thank you.
That's fine. We are actually older than the municipality, and we were formed 55 years ago to represent the residents on the Anchorage hillside. Our area now involves 6 community councils: Abbott Loop, Bear Valley, Glen Alps Hillside, Huffman O'Malley, and Rabbit Creek. But as we learned years ago, for every action, there's an equal or greater reaction. Or the way I look at it, for every choice that I make, there are ramifications. And some are good and some are not. And some of our choices have great results and some of them don't. This is one I think we need to look at very, very closely. We need to examine it before we make that decision. That's what's lacking in this AO, is time. Now, we've provided several negative impacts of this ordinance in our HALO response, which I trust you all received. I'd like to expand on just 2 of these negative impacts. First of all, we have several small trailer courts on the Anchorage hillside. In a couple of locations, trailers and modular homes became small and popular subdivisions. These opportunities offer families their first chance to invest in their future instead of throwing away money on rent. AO 45 allows a single future assembly member to institute a text amendment and 7 days later create a rezoning changing a trailer court into a commercial property. By removing all of the current procedures, there's little or no notice to the community and opportunity to comment on these changes. And this negative result could impact very harshly dozens of families. Now, granted, that's an extreme scenario, but it actually exists in this S version. But let's look at another more probable result. We've spent decades encouraging individuals to become more involved in their communities. In fact, I think most of you came up through the community council system or some other form of community service involvement. The opportunities given to you at the community level became the leaders of today, and we're going to produce the leaders of tomorrow with that community involvement because we encourage public participation. That's how we build our leaders, and I will tell you that many of our former board of directors now serve the state in Juneau and serve on this board. With your AO, you're virtually eliminating any opportunity for a resident to become involved in neighborhood affairs. You're tossing out all of our ability to really have impact. And I'm urging you, please don't adopt this version, the S version, or any version that has such negative impacts on our community. You know, medicine's first rule is first do no harm, and that's what I'm asking you tonight. Do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi there, I'm Deborah Hanson, and this is really loud. I am a 42-year resident here, and I sat through a ton of really boring Title 21 meetings, and I'm sure you're aware of how boring public testimony can be, since you guys hear hours and hours of it every week. I urge you to vote no on this. I actually can't believe that you're proposing something with so little input, particularly after, I mean, I didn't see the value of Title 21 at the time. I was pretty young, and I thought it was overkill. But now that I've lived here for so long, and I've gotten more involved in the community and the community councils, I can see the real value of public input. I've been dealing with a flooded basement, and we just came back from a long delayed vacation, and I've talked to 22 people in the last couple days, and they're all appalled, and they don't understand why the Assembly's rushing through this. I mean, I assume you guys all want to get elected. If you do something so unpopular that threatens people's major asset, my house is my major asset, and most of my neighbors, I'm sure it is too. People pay attention to that. Now, you guys can have a hearing, open and close it, and you notice there's not many people here because not many people even know this is going on. And I haven't even read the S version. I didn't know there was an S version until I did a search for it tonight. But I just object to this whole rezoning without notice. 21 days is not much. 30 days is a lot better. I believe in affordable housing, but I'm not sure what problem you're trying to solve. I originally moved here from Palo Alto, California, and I came up here. I made a lot more money, and I was able to buy a house. Nowadays, if I did that, the houses are a lot cheaper, but the jobs don't pay as well as they used to. This is the cheapest housing market on the west coast of major cities. And Anchorage is a good place to live now for a whole variety of reasons, for parks and recs and all that, and having an attractive house and not living next to a gravel pit. You're aware that gravel pits used to operate in Anchorage, and people forecasted that there'd be death and disaster if they were closed. Well, we're all still here now, and we're still dealing with the affordable housing issue. But in sum, I believe in public process, and I'm assuming you guys all do too, because you wouldn't sit here week after week and have all the meetings you do without it. And I urge you to say no to this because you're basically taking away the public process from the people. And I can tell you, I got 22 friends and neighbors who object to this, who aren't here tonight, but would be if we had more of a public process. Anyway, thank you. Thanks for your attention. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, come on forward. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes, and maybe lift that mic up.
My name is John Isaacs. I'm on the board of the Turnagain Community Council, but these are opinions, are not of the board. We have had no time to pull together the board to address this. I'll take 3 minutes. I applaud the sponsors for their hard work in trying to come up with solutions to an undeniably severing housing crisis, but at the same time, the actions they are taking severely limit our public process engagement, and I urge them and the Assembly as a whole to reconsider this approach. The option of laying things on the table with no notice and rushing through it damages my trust in the public process and in my elected officials. It pains me to have to say that to you. This is something you can fix with your procedures. It's my understanding this was laid on the table on the 23rd. It was addressed in a work session, which probably not much public notice on the 3rd, and in theory scheduled for action in a public hearing tonight. For something that has so many implications as unclear intent, that is not in the public interest. This abuse of amendments being laid on the table really has to be reconsidered. By laying things on the table, the public doesn't have a chance to see them coming up. They don't have a chance to do any homework. And they don't have the chance to get the packet ahead of time and being informed. Many of the items that are being laid on the table have significant implications to property owners and residents, and they deserve an extra week or two that it takes just to get them on the agenda, properly introduced, and available to the public to digest. In this particular case, you had roughly about 10 days from when it was laid on the table, a work session, and a public hearing, and it does not give you time to digest the material. We just saw the staff report tonight and have to scramble to try to digest that. Well, I think the intent of this is admirable. It really is very murky in terms of what it might result in and appears to give the Assembly broad powers that are not clearly laid out. Questions should be answered. This process doesn't give the notice that the community deserves. It also allows the Assembly to take multiple policy actions simultaneously when related to the same matter. That will only work when there is adequate public notice and involvement, and this is not being shown in this process. There are aspects of this proposed ordinance that have significant implications. Given the short notice of availability, it's impossible to offer substantive suggested changes with the limited time available. I'm testifying tonight because this is my own opportunity, but I can't give you substantive changes. I recommend holding over the public hearing to allow for suggestions and to meet with the planning department to try to resolve some of the issues they've raised. If you can't do that, I urge you not to approve this ordinance. And I urge the sponsors to seriously reconsider how they can increase public trust in working with the public. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, welcome. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the council again?
Speaking on behalf of Turnagain Community Council.
It's fine.
So, as you heard earlier, I'm Kathy Gleason, serving as president of Turnagain Community Council and also co-chair with John Isaacs of our Land Use Committee, which has been extremely busy as of late. Unfortunately, due to the lack of proper notice, I can't tell you what our community council would say specifically about this ordinance. Had no idea, even after attending multi-hour work session with the Planning and Zoning Commission and some of the co-sponsors of the Home Initiative, nothing was mentioned about this public hearing tonight. So our council has not taken a position, which is a substantial change to zoning maps and amending comprehensive plans and land use plan, which are just the foundation of how we operate in the city with regard to land use. This is a big deal to neighbors all across the Anchorage Bowl, and I really like the testimony of previous individuals from other parts of town. Following current code requirements with regard to essential wholesale rezoning, property is essential. The mayor and the planning department's initial review and comments on this proposed ordinance, as John mentioned, it's dated today. I've just had a chance, as I've sat back here this evening, to page through it. And even though it's been kind of quick, I commend the planning department for their wisdom, their thorough understanding of how current requirements work, and they work, and the flaws that they've identified that attempt to bypass good public process. And because I didn't have a chance to put together 5 minutes of testimony, I thought the best thing I could do for the public today is, for as many as I can do, go through this planning department's initial review and comments on the ordinance before you. This AO may be unnecessary, and how it should be implemented and applied is unclear. Part of this ordinance violates the municipal code by waiving planning and zoning review and the 21-day published notice requirement of Title 21. When a rezoning under Title 21 occurs, then amending the official zoning map is required. Part of this code, part of this ordinance before you tonight provides the Assembly and Planning and Zoning Commission shall consider the plan amendment proposal and rezoning request, Title 21 currently says the Assembly and Planning and Zoning Commission shall consider the plan amendment proposal and rezoning request separately and shall act separately on 2 items. They ask, is it wise to allow a single member of an advisory board or the Assembly without buy-in and a motion from their peers to initiate amending the comprehensive plan, a process that requires significant municipal resources and time in the form of departmental review, P&Z action, Assembly consideration, Department of Law consideration, and public engagement? The changes within this proposed ordinance fail to grasp that our code requires separate recommendations from the Planning and Zoning Commission and separate Assembly ordinances on concurrently considered rezones and comp plan amendments, because one action may satisfy applicable criteria while the other may not. The root of the problem here is that a rezoning or a conforming amendment and a comprehensive plan amendment are 2 separate, albeit sometimes complementary, land use actions that should be evaluated under separate code criteria and through separate P and Z cases and assembly ordinances. For the home initiative, the text amendment, the comp plan amendment, and the official zoning map change should be 3 separate cases and 3 separate ordinances with action being taken on each. This proposal would change shall to may, is ambiguous, and gives the assembly maximum flexibility while not giving the planning department and the public certainty about what procedures must be followed. Implementing and abiding by 3.B would be difficult.
Thank you.
I urge a no vote. Thank you.
All right, who else? Come on down. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on.
Thank you. Good evening, my name's Patty Rothwell, and I'm from South Anchorage. I'd like to share a medical analogy. When you go to a surgeon for care of a complicated medical issue, you're trusting him to look out for your best interest, your quality of life, not unlike the public public trusting the assembly to look out for our best interests in the complicated housing and zoning issues. The surgeon is then mandated to use all information available to him through his training and all of the pertinent information about who he is caring for to come up with a plan of how to address this issue, just as the assembly takes testimony to determine how decisions will affect the public they are trying to serve. The surgeon, though he's one with the doctorate and knowledge of all of the options, does not have the liberty of taking shortcuts. He cannot decide for expediency or efficacy sake to take other consultants or diagnostic departments out of the process. He can't change the rules by discussing it with a few others, and he most certainly cannot proceed with a plan that will affect his patient's quality of life without at least giving him a chance to weigh in on it. And currently, the notification process to the public mandates just that. Putting this on the table, it avoided being on the agenda, the means by which people decide to testify. The public hearing was set up for just 14 days later, again legal, but limiting opportunity for feedback. Then a substantially changed version was presented 4 days before the public hearing. Under AO 2445S, a rezone that includes a change to the land use map in Title 21 would go through far less rigorous public process, including not notifying property owners of their zoning has been changed, than a regular rezone with no change to the land use map or Title 21. The speed with which this has been pushed, perhaps with local builders' seasonal schedule in mind, and the fact that Section 2 appears to limit contacts with the P&Z to just the sponsors of an action, limiting the right to speak from other assembly members, contributes to a crisis of confidence in our process and those selected to serve. It's a good idea. Why not let the public know and participate? Good ideas should not fear public scrutiny. We all know here exactly what the ordinance says. Now you know that we know, and we don't want it, and my understanding is that you address what we want. Thank you.
Anyone else? Come on down, please. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. There ought to be a heck of a lot more of us here. I'm almost embarrassed for my city to see how you have rushed things through, and I don't see the people showing up who are pulling the strings for this. My name is Martin Hansen. I've been an Anchorage resident for over 50 years. I've been my South Addition Community Council president twice, and I'm a retired Department of the Interior land manager. I'm here requesting that you shelve AO 202445. I am requesting this because, one, it's been hastily developed. I saw you bring your proposals to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and you hadn't even read the statutes. You've gone to the community councils, and they've rejected it, your proposals. That brings us to the second point. You've been doing work without regard to public process, and clearly do not invite public process. What you are doing is putting all Anchorage neighborhoods, and property values in jeopardy. Your proposal causes problems. It doesn't solve them. I'm suggesting you go back to the drawing board. You don't need to cut out public process. What you do need to do that would benefit our community and would provide housing is go do targeted rezoning along transit corridors. Do things that are areas that are within walking distance of employment and shopping. Let's have design standards to protect residential sunlight, landscaping, and safe pedestrian access. These are gaps that you can fill. You have the ability to do that, and I'm asking that you do it. Thank you.
Come on down.
Can you move this? Yeah, just move it out of the way so I can see everyone. No, can you move it on the floor? Yeah. Speaking for myself, I'm Diane Holmes. Teenagers would really like the options that you are granting in this AO. That is, if you don't like the house rules, change them. 45 will allow you to avoid calling the upcoming rezoning ordinance 87S what it really is, an area-wide rezone. So you don't have to notify us that you're rezoning our property. 45 will allow you to rezone the whole bowl via text amendment 221, which has been the sponsor's goal from the beginning, which is illegal. Past assembly rezones like ADUs are not in the same league as this bowl-wide rezone. To say that 45 will reduce duplication, etc., is not true. You can amend the comp plan, change 2040 zoning map, and do Title 21 text amendments at the same meeting, but they must be voted on separately, as is very well explained in the planning's memo in your packet. The professionals in planning are there to help you write and land use changes. Why wouldn't you partner with them? Actually, zoning isn't the answer nor the hindrance to housing. There are no data across the U.S. to prove that no zoning is a panacea. Rather, the issue hinges on design standards and the need to subsidize infrastructure costs. We have areas in 2040 slated for more density with infill and redevelopment. Ask, why isn't this being done? Instead of assuming your rezoning efforts will produce more housing. Realize that housing can't easily be undone. You should be proud to slow down this complicated process so that your constituents can understand it. We deserve an independent appraisal of why we lack housing, the role of zoning, and the downstream perils of this AO grants to a rezone without notification. If 45 passes, it is exceedingly concerning that the Assembly will also then pass Title 20 amendments that don't adhere to the 3 criteria. Rather, you will only need to consider the criteria. Amendment standards need to be met for good reasons, not skipped. Do you understand 45 well enough to follow Peter Lynch's principle, which paraphrased is, only invest in ideas that you can illustrate with a crayon? Who wants to go first?
Anyone else? Actually, we're going to go to the phone while he restores this. Can we go ahead and call the first person on the phone list?
Hello, this is Nancy Pease.
Hello, this is Anchorage Assembly. We are on 2024-45. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or a community council?
I'm speaking on behalf of myself.
All right, you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
The draft ordinance 45 is bad public policy. The planning staff memo lays out many unnecessary points and confusions, so I'll just hit the highlights. First, don't circumvent direct notice to property owners affected by rezoning. Any rezoning, whether initiated by the Assembly or not, should follow the current code and notify property owners directly. Most residents have busy and complicated lives and don't pay attention to the abstruse workings of municipal government unless an official notice appears in their mailbox. A residential property is often a person's biggest investment, and property owners deserve to know about changes to allowable uses, density, dimensional standards, and very importantly, future tax appraisals. Second, don't shorten the lead time for community councils and neighborhood groups to weigh in on comp plan amendments, rezoning, or Title 21. The proposed short notice of only 7 days for some Assembly actions has the clear intent of short-circuiting any informed discussion and comment. Third, the combined voting action proposed for comp plan amendments and rezoning violates the intention and the letter of the law under Alaska Statute 29. Fourth, do not exempt Assembly text amendments from criteria to ensure general welfare and comply with the comprehensive land use plans. And on that last point, I was gobsmacked at the May 3rd work session to hear the Assembly's legal advisor explain why the Assembly shouldn't have any requirements to ensure that Title 21 amendments deliver public safety and serve the general welfare. He stated that it would be, quote, inappropriate for the Assembly to abridge their authority to make bad policy. Even any unwise laws, they should be able to make any unwise laws up to the point of, unless they're unconstitutional or against the municipal charter. And I don't think that is the kind of unfettered political power that Anchorage residents are comfortable with. One more observation from the May 3rd work session. An Assembly member admitted candidly to confusion over the roles of planning staff in the Planning and Zoning Commission. And no wonder. The sponsors are pursuing complex issues at a breakneck pace with little expert analysis. So even a conscientious colleague who reads the binder and attends the work session doesn't understand the context, let alone the consequences. And instead of ensuring that the full Assembly knows what the heck this area-wide rezoning really portends, the Assembly sponsors advise that Assembly members have to vote on issues that they don't understand all the time. You just need to vote. Your constituents just want you to vote. That to me is, again, jaw-dropping. This should alert the sponsors that this crazy churn of draft amendments for area-wide rezoning is not responsible. So I'm hoping that this Assembly will take that into consideration and slow down the pace and allow for timely, expert analysis.
Thank you, Ms. Peace.
Thank you.
Why don't we go ahead and call the last two on the list?
This is Patrice.
This is the Anchorage Assembly calling. We're just public hearing on AO 2024-45. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, do I start now?
Yep.
Okay, this is Patrice Parker. In early 2023, the Assembly declared a housing crisis and proposed legislation to rezone and increase density in residential neighborhoods throughout the Anchorage Bowl without any substantive studies or data to help determine what path to take. They have tried to rush through these ordinances and finally succeeded with AO 2023-103 last December, loosening design, dimensional health, and safety standards, and allowing 3 and 4 plexes on 6,000-foot lots. They then introduced the Home Initiative, AO 2023-87, to reduce residential zones from 16 to 5. Again, it was rushed with little time for residents to even learn about it, much less get questions answered. It promotes increasing density all over the Anchorage Bowl with no consideration of traffic, roads, transit, or parking. And the Planning Division wrote a detailed analysis of draft Ordinance 87 with 35 pages of explanations of mistakes, oversights,
and the lack of adherence to the comp plan, the land use plan, and state statute. Instead, they introduced AO 2024-45, which was laid on the table 2 weeks ago. The proposed ordinance is in response to the Planning Division's analysis and request for a redo. Rather than follow the legally adopted comp plan and land use plan to rezone our neighborhoods, they would do an end run around them. The Assembly should slow down, put aside area-wide rezoning, and focus on targeted rezoning actions laid out in the 2040 land use plan. Make efficient use of current infrastructure instead of burdening taxpayers with new infrastructure that would be necessary by area-wide rezoning. Reduce vehicle dependence and congestion by creating targeted density supported by transit, pedestrian, bike connections, and other services, and revitalize neglected and undeveloped sites in 3rd Edition and downtown north of the Park Strip or the municipal tract near the Lusac Library. Then reevaluate the success and failures of the targeted rezoning involving citizens and the planning staff and decide whether to proceed with targeted rezoning or something broader. Thank you.
One more on the phone.
Call has been forwarded to voice.
One more try.
Your call has been...
Okay, thank you. Now back to the room. Come on down. Welcome. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or G-Boss?
On behalf of myself.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes. Please
Thank
state your
you.
name, what part of town you're from.
My name is Mike Edgington from Girdwood. I'm co-chair of GBOS, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself, or more specifically, I'm also chair of Imagine Girdwood, a community group that's been working on new comprehensive plan for Girdwood. We literally submitted it yesterday. It's been a process of just over 5 years. More than the last year, 13 months was spent on looking at land use maps and proposing a new land use map for our community. Having submitted the plan yesterday, depending exactly how it goes through code, it's going to take between 5 and 15 months to go through the planning and zoning and assembly processes before it gets adopted. So I'm probably the last person who needs to be persuaded what we currently have is a rather slow and painful process that often gets in the way of the changes that are necessary. However, I do feel, based on the information I've learned in the last few days, and particularly this evening, looking through the ordinance and the comments from planning, that this probably swings the pendulum too far in the opposite direction. There's opportunities to do this in I think, a better way that the community can come along with, the municipality can come along with, and still works and allows the changes to be implemented which are necessary. So again, I urge you to take a breath, look at this a little bit more holistically, and try and solve the bigger problems we have, not just the things that are right in front of us now. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. Mr. Volland asked to be in the queue first. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I will defer to Member Brawley. She's next in the queue.
No, there's no one else. Miss.
Will the body, please?
Oh, yeah, what's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of May 21st.
Second.
So there's a motion to postpone the item to May 21st, moved by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Salatil.
Thank you. So the motion to postpone to the 21st is for a couple of reasons. One is we have requested a legal opinion on the concerns that have been raised by the public, as well as the memorandum by the planning department. Additionally, we wanted to actually have Mr. Hurt here, and he is not here tonight, and he will be here with us the 21st because he worked closely with us on this. Secondarily, there is an S version. That S version will be submitted for the regular agenda on the 21st. That said, it has been a long-standing practice of this body, before there was even a laid-on-the-table procedure, that an ordinance could be put on the table in one meeting and have a public hearing the following meeting. It is not new and it is not outstanding. And lastly, just one point I want to raise, and I think postponement makes sense, but there was an item introduced tonight when I took an issue to the planning department about a constituent. Planning department wrote a change to Title 21, had me introduce it tonight, had me waive planning and zoning commission review, and it'll be heard in 2 weeks. Thanks.
Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. And Member Zalato outlined the postponement. I just want to add, on the late in the table procedure, there was a bit of an irony in that process. So we have the S version prepared. It is substantially similar to, but there are some changes to what was shared on Friday the 3rd at a work session, so that draft version is still posted. So the irony was we could either lay it on the table tonight, which we understand there is consternation about, and then it would have been available tonight, at least in print, and then it would be posted shortly after that. But that's not the preferred procedure. The preferred procedure is to give things ample notice, and so we are submitting it instead for the regular meeting, as Member Zalatel said, on the 21st, and therefore it's going to wait a few more days until it has to be, until it's published, so that it goes with the next meeting agenda's publication date, which I believe is next Tuesday, so that it has that notice. So that's just one kind of example of the irony of, following the notice procedure, which gives more notice and therefore requires us to not hand it out tonight because we didn't lay it on the table. I also want to specifically address what seems to be some unfortunate kind of misunderstandings of this ordinance, or that it's proposing to do something that it's not, or that it is in itself a change to any zoning regulations. So it's clear from some of the public comments we've received by email, and also that we've heard some tonight, that there's one or more sources have been describing this ordinance as removing code regarding process in terms of rezones, deleting public processes that already exist, or otherwise substantially modifying or reworking the existing processes that are in Title 21, Chapter 3, which deals with procedures. So that really, unfortunately, demonstrates a lack of understanding about what this ordinance does. It also demonstrates a lack of understanding of some pretty serious procedural gaps in Title 21 today that we have found make it legally out of step with other chapters of code, and that is partly why we have requested a legal opinion. That was one of the items discussed on Friday, and so that is, again, information that we would like to bring forward for everybody to consider. So we'll be discussing the merits of this proposal later at the next meeting, but I'm choosing to bring this up now because in all of these calls for better public process, we've also observed, and I'm personally observed for several years now in this community, even before joining this body, that there is a tendency or a pattern to manufacture fear and opposition through exaggeration, conflation of different policies and proposals so that they all sound like they are an overwhelming amount of things and they're all happening at once, heightened emotional language, and sometimes outright mischaracterization about what is or what is not proposed to change, what is written down in these ordinances. And I want to say that is also not good public process. That is not good faith engagement in this process. And so I hope that in the next 2 weeks, members of the public and all of the members on this body who are interested in this ordinance will take the time to read it thoroughly.
Mr. Vaughn, now would be your chance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it is frustrating listening to some of the public testimony, what this ordinance attempts to do, and we spoke to this in the work session, is to clarify what the Assembly's legislative powers are and which type of notice should be required, because there's confusion in our code about our existing processes. And so, yeah, I feel like there was a lot of misinformation circulating, and I think that is unfortunate. So, happy to let my colleagues take more time to process this and please ask us questions if you have them. Well, I guess you can't do that outside of a public forum due to OMA, but that's one of the frustrating things is, as we continue to work on these land issues, it becomes more and more clear. You pull up one thread in Title 21 and stuff really untangles, and there's so many inconsistencies. I think that we need to fix. And so, yeah, as I've always said, I'm happy to take a little bit more time with this. I will say, in terms of the planning department's feedback, some of the appeals to just let the plan, for us to just listen to what planning has to say, man, I'm growing really frustrated with the planning department's preferred methods of engaging in this work. I feel like they are undermining their own credibility on some of this when it comes to actually tackling these housing issues. We are in the position that we are because there has been a lack of action in terms of implementing the 2040 Land Use Action Item. And I believe that falls with them. And these staff reports that keep coming out, I feel like they are an effort to uphold a system that is essentially where NIMBY is not a bug, sure, counts as a fact. Thanks.
All right, Daniel, Mr. Vaughn, I think we kind of lost you there, but you were heard. Anyone else on the motion to postpone? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Volland?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AO 2024-45 has been postponed to the meeting of May 21. All right, next we have item 14C, AO 2024-46, an ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly directing the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility to decouple the municipality's access to drinking water from the 1991 Inclusive Fish and Wildlife Agreement. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing is now closed. Ms. Zalatil?
Move to postpone to the meeting of June 11.
Second.
There's a motion to postpone by Ms. Zalatil and seconded by Ms. Brawley to June 11th. Ms. Zalatil?
Thank
Dustin
you.
Darden is here to speak on the...
Mr. Darden, the public hearing on this item closed.
I was here to speak on...
Mr. Darden, the public hearing on this item closed.
I was moving towards
It's
the podium.
too late. I'm sorry. So
So,
we'll have
so
the
you're
next-
gonna
Mr. Darden,
deny public process on
you are
a
creating
process, a matter of public interest?
disturbance now. You are creating a
You're
disturbance.
serving a public function right now,
You are
sir.
creating a disturbance, so I'm asking you to step aside.
You invited the public to speak on the matter,
And
sir.
no one came up. So, Mr. Darden, you are now being warned a second time to please step aside.
I'm advising you that you're
Okay,
performing
you
a public
are
function
creating an actual
of a government
disturbance.
agency. You're
Security,
liable to
I need to ask
action
you to remove
under
Mr.
that.
Darden.
You're liable to action under those processes of inviting the public to speak on a matter and
Security.
then using
I think the motion on the floor is to postpone this item to the meeting of June 11th. Ms. Zalatil?
Thank you. So the sponsors of this had the opportunity to review the memorandum recently given to us by AWU. We are hoping to spend some time with our council, particularly to investigate the concern raised around the 5 areas the 91 agreement has to consider, which includes public drink or municipal drinking water, and the effect of the ordinance. So we will work to get that and bring more back to you and possibly even hold a work session. Thanks.
There's no further discussion. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-46 has been postponed to the meeting of June 11th. Next, we have item 14D, AO 2024-41, an ordinance authorizing a 5-year lease extension to the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration for portions within Heritage Land Bank Parcel 4-033A and 4-034. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Braga?
I just had a question, and it said that you've been leasing this since 1976, and the annual rental rate is $70,645. Has the annual rental rate gone up, like property prices in all of Anchorage?
So, is there anyone from the admin that can speak to that? My recall on this is that it, every 5 years or so, goes around for a review, but I can't speak credibly to that, so I think I've seen it reviewed closely a couple of times for this exact parcel. Does anybody know? Yeah, they left just in time. Okay, so we'll answer that question when we get a chance, but if there's no one else on this, members may proceed to vote. Oh, what's that? Okay, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know the answer back to 1970, but I'm looking at the memo, and it says that this is the same rate as the previous 5 years. So I think it does raise a good question, is there cost escalations in leases? But I think for this, at least we can say it's the same as the last 5 years.
Yeah, and that seems to be my memory. There's a set time period in which it comes up for review, and they do a more in-depth analysis of the lease. I just don't know.
Should we wait to see if we could possibly? Sure.
Okay. Mr. Bird is coming back in. Go ahead.
Sorry for the holdup, Mr. Chair. I do have Kate Buer from the Department of Law. She has conferred with Emma Giboni about this, but I see that Emma and Tiffany are no longer here. But she can at least speak to the purpose of it, but not the history. I think that Member Braga was looking.
We'll figure that out. We'll take it up at the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee, so it won't hold up the process. We would not have the authority to increase the amount. It would be negotiated with the administration and come to us as a package. So anyone else? Members may proceed to vote. Are we down? So we'll go to a voice vote. Good times.
Member Myers, on
Yes.
motion to approve. Member Martinez.
Yes.
Member Rivera.
Yes.
Member Braga.
Yes.
Member Johnson.
Yes.
Chair Constant.
Yes.
Vice Chair Zalato.
Yes.
Member Littlefield.
Yes.
Member, he's excused. Member Brawley.
Yes.
Member Solt.
Yes.
Member Perez Verdia.
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0.
On a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-41 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14E. 14E is AO 2024-42, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, providing for authorizing and approving the issuance of port revenue bonds and/or notes for the municipality in one or more series in the aggregate principal amount outstanding at any time of not to exceed $68,700,000. Thank you, Mr. Rare. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This just places a tool in our toolbox of revenue bonds to ensure that we have the money necessary to move forward with this summer's construction. We expect this will be covered by grant funding, but it's always great to have a contingency plan, especially because this construction season is so important to the rest of the sequencing of the port. NES Northeast Stabilization 1 has got to get done in order for us to move into next summer's construction on the cargo terminals. Thanks.
So I can't keep a queue right now. Anyone else wishes to speak on this item? So, okay. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just briefly, I support this, obviously, and then I really appreciate the information in the memo, so I would just encourage members to read that because I think it was a helpful kind of sum up of where we are. Thank you.
Quite enlightening. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none. Madam Clerk, members may proceed to vote.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Bronga?
Yes.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Assembly Chair Constant?
Yes.
Vice Chair Zalato?
Yes.
Member Littlefield?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Perez Verdia?
Yes.
Motion passes 11-0.
On a vote of
Madam
11.
Chair, Mr. Chair.
I
Madam
neglected
Clerk.
to go back to the top of the list, Mr. Myers. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now on a vote 11-0.
Good catch, Mr. Myers.
Sorry.
On a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-42 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14F, AO 2024-43, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code 24.30.020B to allow for temporary sidewalk encroachments intended to add value to the central business district deemed in the public interest. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. Let's will the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I'm happy to support this. I think there's a lesson to be learned here that a business improvement district is value added. This effort every year is spearheaded by the Anchorage Downtown Partnership. You'll notice this is only for the Central Business District. It is not municipal-wide. So it would take likely a community council at this point for other areas in town to bring this forward to membership to work with the Development Services Department if there were other places in town that wanted to see similar treatment. Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, and I'll just, I was surprised when I read it, because when I first read it, I thought it was everywhere, and then we read it really close today and realized it was only in 2 zoning districts downtown. And what's interesting is AMCO, in the last year, has updated their policies because of a push by my friend Representative Zach Fields and myself, Mr. Volland, to get them to allow outside service all over, everywhere, and they did. And so I think it's, you know, Ms. Zalatel makes a point, there is a benefit to having the business improvement district, but I anticipate you'll see something like this citywide here. We'll come back with it soon. I had asked myself to be listed as a sponsor on this item because I worked on this for so long, and somehow this ordinance managed to get past me and introduced without landing on my desk. But this is a really great piece of legislation. Ms. Brawley, then Mr. Collies.
Yeah, I just had a question, because I do remember all of the conversations and sorting out, allowing outdoor service of alcohol and extension of premises and all that. So just to be clear, so this is in addition to that, and it doesn't necessarily contemplate alcohol sales. It's really kind of any use that a retail business, for example, would utilize part of the sidewalk for?
Yeah, that it expands the potential for a licensed premises and encroachments that allow businesses to operate outside on the sidewalk, leaving room for right-of-way passage, but providing for, even beyond that, the ability for the business to have access to and control of the sidewalk.
Thanks. And since this is being done in code, it isn't the situation that we had a few years ago where it was just kind of temporary allowance. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're getting now to the point of landing the plane on that whole conversation that went on for almost 3 years. Mr. Collies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the idea of it expanding beyond the downtown business district, I think we'd be supportive. The issue that we ran into in downtown particularly was that the widths of the sidewalk really allow this to function well because of the need to maintain ADA passage. So
There's another piece to that, and that was that businesses generally outside of the downtown have ample parking, and parking lots under the AMCO rules were allowed to be utilized for extended service locations, but such places don't exist downtown. And so it's a compromise, yes, but at the same time, we could probably generalize it. Yeah. All right, anyone else on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. It looks like our queue is working again.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AO 2024-43 has passed. Mr. Salt, you had yourself in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to lay on the table unnumbered AO regarding the Ship Creek small boat launch.
Second.
I can speak to it
Third.
after we decide. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and read the title, unnumbered AO, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing the importance of the Ship Creek small boat launch, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 11.50 to establish maintenance and operations of the Ship Creek small boat launch as a duty and responsibility of the Don Young Port of Alaska, requiring development of an action plan for future funding, maintenance, and operations and related matters. Now a motion, Mr. Salt.
So I move to first amend and then we'll approve. And the reason we're putting this forward. Go ahead.
We can't do that. The first, you
We're gonna
moved,
vote.
seconded, and thirded, but I hadn't read the item into the record, so I kind of pulled that back. I read the item. Now it's time for a motion to lay on the table. Or motion.
I move to lay on the table.
Yeah.
Second. Third.
Moved by Mr. Salt, seconded by Ms. Brawley, third by Ms. Zalatil. That's yeah, public hearing on the 21st of May, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, so that's all we'll do with it tonight. No amendments or any further action. Okay, now
Okay, thanks.
we have item 15A before us, AR 2024-143, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding new restaurant eating place license number 6165 with restaurant designation permit for Umami Barbecue LLC DBA Umami Barbecue located at 1142 Muldoon Road. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AR 2024-143 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15B. 15B is AR 2024-148, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverage conditional use for package store license numbers 2278 and 2279 for NGH Airport LLC, DBA 49th State Brewing, Ted Stevens, in the Transitional District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AR 2024-148 has passed the body. That brings us to audience participation. Come forward. Anyone wish to be heard? Welcome. Please state your name. What part of you'll have 3 minutes. Oh, and the microphone, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me? All right. I brought copies of what I'm saying. Sophia O'Neill, Eagle River. Those that oversee and provide retail services have the ability to enforce security measures. There are choices, and these are made by retailers. Fact, trained and armed personnel costs more. The excuse not to hire those that can enforce. Management gets what is needed for insurance and corporate compliance, so they may pass on as little additional cost as possible to the customer and not cut into profit. But facts remain. Theft far exceeds the cost for proper security implementation. What's lacking falls on the responsibility of police. Please keep in mind, the costs incurred also include theft, funding organized crime, and the endangerment of store employees. The misuse of law enforcement, be it police or security, is greatly due to the lack of is greatly due to the lack of follow-through with prosecutions in retail and the not addressing the issues of petty theft to where it has just continued to escalate. That said, what I see is the impetus of self-interest and the profit of retail entities, with little truth in regards to any consistent measures taken to sincerely support law enforcement in this region. Instead, only to use them to compensate for their own initial inadequate measures taken and unwillingness to pursue prosecution. An unimpeded willingness in retail to not discourage crime, but deal solely post facto and by all means minimal does exist. And then corporate retail goes so far as to mislead the public, saying how things have gotten so bad, but that and despite their best efforts, thus misleading and redirecting the focus, which is, in fact, the lack of multi-corporate oversight and the abuse of their own managerial system, a system where more often than not encourages staff to let things go. The "our hands are tied" approach. Management is often seen as being guilty of inaction. However, it is indirect in many cases. General management participation of profit loss is through their corporate or insurance directives, and sometimes through their indecision or direct participation. Trustworthy employees that speak up are silenced and pushed out, and it's time that the public know the truth. And that's all I have to say for tonight.
Thank you. All right, welcome, sir.
This is copies of...
Yeah, if you set them on the corner, we'll get them handed out. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, William Baxter. I'm from Fairview. I got a great idea. Why don't you give buttons to homeless people, like reading inspirational things like I do, and this really pulled me out, and I think if you give them buttons and let them do this kind of stuff. I did it to the FAA people, kids. They loved it, and it was just a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Richard Stoffel from Palmer. And I wrote written comments, so you have that. And what I'm presenting to you is integrity, not that I have so much, but the importance of integrity in that the end does not justify the means. So election integrity is very important because a republic cannot stand a lack of election integrity. It can stand a bad president, assembly, Congress, whatever, but it cannot last without election integrity. And my biggest concern, and it is across the United States, is that putting our vote in a computer, there is no way that you can know how your vote counted. Just think about it. This is a computer, it's hackable. Every computer is hackable. Oh, it's unplugged, it's this and that, but they can. Everybody really knows in their mind and heart, every computer is hackable. So why we the people have been asleep for so long, 20 years, putting our vote in a computer is beyond me. I was asleep, you know? And so we got rid of the vote counting computers. I don't call them machines because they're vote counting computers in the Matsu borough. And we had a hand count and it went well. Like I said in my comment, ask the clerk, Matsu Valley clerk, what she thought about the way the election went with paper ballots, you know, and hand counting them with volunteers watching over. It went faster and less expensive, even though they paid the counters $200 to do it, which they didn't have. They were volunteers. It still was less expensive than using the vote counting computers.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Hearing, seeing none, we'll move on to member comments. Mr. Presverdia.
No comments, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
No comments, thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
No comment.
Ms. Bronga.
I just wanted to say a shout out to Kenny Campbell, who's been helping a lot with our proposed pilot camping project, and I'm very appreciative. Peterson, sorry.
That's Kenny Peterson. So
Whoop.
if you get the chance, it won't be us, but on the 21st, he's a speaker at Arctic Entries. Ms. Salatil.
Mr. Boland, I hope you are enjoying your vacation now that the meeting is done.
Yeah, he checked out a bit ago, I agree. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson?
No comment, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comment.
Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comments.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate my appreciation for the youth representatives who have served on this body. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Myers.
Happy to be out early. Thank you.
And I'll just say again to the public that the elections are open until May 14th at 8 p.m. Get your ballots returned. If you don't have your ballot, come to one of the voting centers. They open up regularly now at Lusac Library, City Hall, or the Eel River Town Center. And with that, members, we are adjourned.